this here. Okay. I don't know why I'm out of breath. That's the end of that statement. That's going to be the end of that. All right, let's get some incense lit here. Let's see what we can find. That looks good. No, I don't want to do strawberry incense. Ooh, frankincense. All right, frankincense. I think we can work with. I think we got some frankincense. Let's get some incense lit here. Let's see what we can find. There we go. That looks good. Gotta turn all those down. I don't want to do strawberry. Everyone's gonna be confused. All right, frankincense. Go. I think we can work with. There we go. There we go. Hey everybody, give me 1 second everyone, I'm getting set up and then I'll get you guys written down. I will get you guys written down. Alright, let's do this here. There we go. Whoa. That is. Alright guys, I can add you to the list here. Just give me a second. Like I said, I still have to get stuff kind of set up here. Let's see. It's a little confusing to get it set up. I wish I could do it before I started, but that's a no-go. Okay. Now we'll go here. There we go. I'm doing good. I'm doing good, Kelly. How are you doing? It's been a second since I've seen you guys. So, let me get everything written down here. Let me move my cards over. And let's move that one up here. Let's go like that. Okay, thanks for joining me, guys. Okay, there we go. So I should be able to see all the comments. I'm doing good, Destiny. I'm doing really good. How are you doing? I mean, hell, how's everyone doing, right? I think that's a good question. So let me get my stuff started here. So we got our free list. You guys get longer readings if you pay. We're just doing one card, one question. So I'm just going to write these down here. Okay, so now I'm going to see who is here first. Well, at least you're out there doing something. You may be exhausted, but that's good. At least to have something, right? What we can do. Okay, so Destiny and Path Coach. All right, you guys like the video? You're already subscribed, most of you guys. So let's do this. Let me move that over. There we go. Okay, so let's do this, guys. Gonna start with the first one. It looks like Destiny Empath Coach was the first one. So I'll put you on the list. I'm just gonna get everyone written down here. We got Xena again here in the house. Alrighty. Then we have Kelly. Thank you, Summer Golden. Appreciate that, my friend. I'll put you on the list here. Mary Wilson. Okay, and then we got, let's see, Taylor Washington. There we go. Oh, yeah. It's been a minute, Taylor. It's definitely been a second here. Hey, Best of the West. Okay, so let's see. Then we have Taylor, and then Chocolate Covered Rose, and then Summer Golden. So Taylor. Okay. Chocolate Rose. All right. And then we have, yes, Best of the West. Like and subscribe, and I can put you on the list, my friend, okay? Just let me know that you liked and subscribed, and then you can be added to the list. And Summer, you're on the list here after, yes, so you're on the list here. All right, and then we got, well, Best of the West, you let me know if you like and subscribe. I'll add you to the list, and we'll go from there. All right, so that's our list right now. So Destiny Empath. Shoot your question at me here, and we'll see what we can do. Hey, Ivory Eyes, if you want to like and subscribe and tell me that you've liked and subscribed, I can put you on the list. Let's see here. Hey, I Speak My Truth, how are you doing? So we've got... Like and subscribe, you guys. If you've already subscribed, just like the video, I can add you to the list. But you gotta let me know. You gotta let me know you want to be on the list. Otherwise, I think you're just coming here for this pretty face. Okay, so I need to kind of suss things out here, get things going. Thank you, Mary Wilson. I've seen you on here before. I'm pretty sure you're already. At least I think I've seen you on here before. All right, thank you. You're on the list already, Mary. I'm doing good. I Speak My Truth. I'm doing pretty good, actually. A little tired. But besides that, and the hallucinations of just feeling like I can't quite think straight, I think I'm okay. It's been hard for me today. I've been very, very forgetful. Awesome, Mary, I'm glad to hear that. Okay, anyway, so, like and subscribe. Best of the West, Ivory Eyes, did you like and subscribe? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, just been super tired. Alrighty. Okay, so Kelly is going to be on the paid list here, so let me do that. I'll answer your question first, though, Destiny. I did say it was your question, so I'm just going to do this here. Alright, so... Okay. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that. You know how I feel. Yeah, it's just been that kind of difficult energy to deal with, but I'll be okay. Starting to wake up a little bit now. Funny how the camera will not only add 10 pounds, but definitely help me to stay awake. Okay, so does Kay miss you? You miss him so much. So let's look at that. Does Kay miss Destiny? And then Kelly will go to your question. So, or if you want to do an energy healing or whatever it is that you would want to do, Kelly will come to you right after Destiny. So, one card, one question. Let's see what we can come up with, guys. All right. There we go. One card, one question. Does Kay miss Destiny Empath? Let's see. Does Kay miss Destiny Empath? Let's do a couple more shuffles here. One more shuffle. Here we go. All right, and okay. So I get this card here, Destiny. We get Goddess of the Moon in reverse. So I would say, even if this person did miss you, it feels like there's some blockages going on here. So I feel like right now, I'm not feeling like there's necessarily this person's like the ooey gooey sort to miss or to do anything like that necessarily. When I see this in reverse, it feels like there could be some blocked emotions. I'm not saying they don't miss you, but if they do, I don't feel like they're showing it, and they don't feel like the person that would reach out, or they don't feel like that kind of person. So just I feel like a closed off energy with this one. And Naira Jr., if you like and subscribe, I can add you to the free list. Let me know that you liked and subscribed. And for you guys that are here now, nobody is on the list if they told me they didn't like and subscribe. Okay? So you guys got to tell me that you liked and subscribed for me to put you on the list. Okay. All right, 1 second, guys. And then, Kelly, what is it that you're wanting to do? Okay. Yeah, he doesn't show it. And that's the thing, is that you'd want to be with someone, and I understand we miss them, but if they're not showing their emotional side to us, it's kind of like, in my opinion, it's like, okay, well, I'll find someone that does show emotion, or that does show that they appreciate me, because you shouldn't have to guess, right? Thank you, Mina Volume. I can put you on the free list here. Okay, all right. So, what are we wanting to do, Kelly? I think I gotta go again. I'm gonna be right back, though. I'm gonna be right back. Gotta grab some water. Okay, energy healing for Kelly. All right. See if we can come in. All right, let's do the energy healing. All right, everyone. Take a seat for a minute. We're going to be doing some energy work. And as I like to teach as we go along, we start with doing some chakra energy work, and we're just going to work our way up. So, where is... Our stones are in here. There we go. All right, I use these little guys here. And I say little guys because these are little guys. Okay, I use these ones here. We have got all the different chakra colors here. And so let's try this one here. This is going to be the root chakra. And let's see what we can come up with here. Okay, so Kelly, like we've said before, allow yourself to relax. Allow yourself to just kind of feel comfortable, get in the groove, okay, whatever that means for you. But basically just focus on your breathing, focus on kind of breathing in, breathing out, right? And let's see what we can come up with here. So give me a second. And we're going to be focusing on the root chakra first. Okay, this is going to be red in color. And you can imagine each one of these chakras are going to be focusing on about the size of a baseball. Okay, and when we're focusing on these, we're just focusing on kind of allowing energy to come into this space, to come into these chakras. We're not forcing any energy to go in. We're allowing it to happen. Okay, a river doesn't have to force itself to flow. It just does. So that's kind of how energy works as well. We just allow it to flow. It does its thing. All right, so let's try this here. My eyes are going to be closed while I'm doing this, and most of the time, or my glasses are going to be off. If anyone says anything while I'm doing this, I'm not going to be able to see it till after. So if you guys are saying stuff, it's going to be a little bit after. So let's try this here. Okay, I'm feeling some energy flowing into the root chakra here, so that's good. There we go, I'm feeling it flow a little more. This one here, we're focusing on the root chakra, but I'm also seeing the throat chakra coming into play as we're doing this, and that to me is interesting because I feel like we have identity, and maybe we're working on expressing our identity or how we express our identity or how we present ourselves to other people. So maybe that's something we're working on, is how to invent or reinvent ourselves to other people. But let's move on to the sacral chakra here. Okay, this one is orange in color, and again, size of a baseball. We're up a little bit more, so we're a little bit below the belly button right here if you want to imagine a spot for it. And the root chakra was in kind of like the groin area, so this is a little bit below the belly button that we're going to be focusing on. So let's focus here. Okay, I'm feeling things flowing a little bit more through the sacral chakra here. And as I'm focusing on this one, the sacral chakra, first, one of the things I had was maybe we're thinking of reading or maybe taking a course, or we're doing something with, I felt like there was something about reading, or we're learning something, but in a more in-depth way. That's kind of what I was feeling. So that's really good. It feels like we're taking steps to master, to understand something. Again, really good thing to have. Okay. I did feel some energy flowing from that one, which is really good. We started to feel some energy flow. So I'm going to move on to the sacral chakra here. Sacral chakra is going to be, well, I'll show you guys here. We have, or solar plexus chakra for this one, I'm sorry. Solar plexus is going to be yellow. And so you can think of like the sun, right? That's going to be something we can use as kind of a point of interest, right? Or something we can use to focus on. So the sun, the yellowness of the sun, and kind of the fiery nature of the sun is where the solar plexus comes from. Solar, meaning sun, or SOL meaning sun. So let's do this here. So solar plexus, let's get some energy in here. Okay, I was feeling a little bit of energy there as we're focusing on the solar plexus chakra. This deals with purpose, it deals with willpower. Okay, so that's the kind of the solar plexus chakra energy that we're talking about here. Now it's interesting. It's interesting here because I felt like a spark. I felt like a strong spark of energy as I was focusing on this one. So this is something that I feel like we're working on, and we're trying to work on, again, kind of how we express ourselves. This is tied to a lot of all the chakras are kind of tied together, but this one is definitely about like asserting ourselves, being more forward in what it is that we want to do, letting people know that we're ready to step up, we're ready to try new things, but just being purposeful in our intentions and how we're interacting with the world. And so definitely I felt some energy flowing there, which is really, really good. Not a lot of blockages, actually, as we're focusing on this, so that's really good. And then, just gonna grab these other ones here. Okay. All right, so now we're gonna focus on the heart chakra, everyone. And the heart chakra is this one. Heart chakra is interesting because it's kind of the central chakra. And we have a green color that we're focusing on here. So when we're talking about the heart chakra, you can think of a green. This is more like a light, kind of a peridot green, but you can also see it as like an emerald green color too, the heart chakra. So let's focus and see what we can come up with here. going to focus on the throat chakra. Okay, I'm going to be looking at a blue color here, and it's like a turquoise. If you want to think of a turquoise or a sky blue, that's going to be what we're focusing on here. So let's do this. And the throat chakra, as the name suggests, is in the armpit. I'm just kidding, it's in the throat. So let's focus on kind of the throat area, allowing ourselves to breathe and just allowing ourselves to relax. All right, that feels like the throat chakra is flowing pretty well, so that's really good. All right, so let's move on to the third eye chakra here. This is going to be a purple color. It's kind of dark to see that, but it's a purple color. And it's usually represented by amethyst, being that kind of stone color that represents the third eye, and that's where we're going to be focusing. So it's going to be in between your brows here and then up about maybe an inch or an inch and a half. And that's going to help us to sort of focus on the intuitive. So when we're focusing on the third eye, we're focusing on seeing beyond illusion and seeing the truth of things, seeing the truth of things in an objective way versus something that's more biased. We're seeing it for what it is. Okay, so let's see what we can come up with here. Definitely feeling some energy in the third eye here. I feel like we need to give a little more attention to the third eye, so that's what I'm doing. Okay. Okay. Now, let's move on to this one here. This is the crown chakra. It's kind of like you can view the crown chakra sort of as the accumulation of all the other chakras. So when all the other chakras are flowing and working together, this one is flowing and working as well. Kind of by just kind of how it is. When all the other chakras are flowing and working, this one is working. So let's focus on this. This one, instead of it being like a ball, we can focus on this as being like a white flower, okay? And we can focus on that being at the top of the head here. And it's just going to be soaking in or sucking in the radiation or the divine energy from the sun or from source, whatever you would want to call it that way. So let's do that here. As I'm focusing on this one, I'm seeing like a tuning fork and becoming attuned to the frequencies, so that's really good. We're being more open. Feel like we're moving more in life, which is really good. Having things happen for us. Okay. I'm gonna put my eyes back on. Hey, Alright, so Kelly, come back in the room when you can, and you can discuss it if you want, or just if you're feeling better, focusing on that. I did feel like we were working through some blockages in a way. Not too many though. I didn't feel too many blockages, but there were some spots where it felt like we needed some extra energy to go. So, guys, like and subscribe. Let me know that you've liked and subscribed, and I can put you on the list right now. Okay, but you gotta let me know that you've liked and subscribed. Last Airbender. You're very welcome, Kelly. Very, very welcome. Last Airbender has indeed been activated. For anyone that is wondering, yes, I have gone into Last Airbender mode. Okay, so Star Moon is the next one here. Okay, and I made sure to like this video and I'm already subscribed to you. Yes, you are. You subscribed yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. And thank you again, Kelly, for letting me work with you. I always appreciate that. Awesome. Awesome, Kelly. I love that. Sweet, boss up. Awesome. I can add you to the list here. So you guys definitely don't need me to help you open your chakras. The way you open them is you attune yourself to the energy. So I like to use visual aids primarily because they help me. They help me to learn. You don't need these kinds of things, but they're just tools that can help us learn. So what I do is this. So we have this little guy here. This is the root chakra. It's not as red as I would like it to be. Nothing ever is. But right here, this one, this is something that I would say when we're focusing on a certain color, it sort of aligns us with that element. It aligns us with that color, that way of thinking. So it's almost like we can focus on the elements and we can start to open up our chakras, if that makes any sense. So the best way to get unblocked, you can listen to meditations. You can do a bunch of stuff like that. Hey there, Tarina. Awesome. Okay. Thank you for the donation. I will put you here and you're going to be the next one up. So let's do that. Thank you, though. I always appreciate the donations. So let's see here. All right. So we've got Tarina, and she says, who will I be in a serious relationship with next, please? So let's see what we can come up with here. Because I'm thinking, we can do these cards here. So let's use this is the Fountain Tarot right here. So let's use this and let's see what we can come up with. So Tarina is wondering who's going to be the next partner here? Who's going to be in a serious relationship with Tarina? Let's look at this. Let's see what we got here. And Chantel, thank you for coming on again and helping to moderate. As always, super, super appreciated. You're an Aquarius and single. Okay. All right. Sorry about the Aquarius thing. It is terminal. You know, I'm an Aquarius too in one of my signs. It's hard to be an Aquarius. We're eccentric even for our own damn selves. Too eccentric. You're okay, Xena. I'm doing the paid ones right here, so you haven't come up yet. You're the next one up on the free list, though, Xena. Yes, you're still on the list. Who is coming up for Tarina? Serious relationship. What are we doing here? You're very welcome, Xena. Alrighty. I know. The Aquarius thing. Oh, it is tough. It is tough to be so damn eccentric. You have interests that no one even knows what the hell you're talking about. They're very, very specific. Okay, let's see what we get here for Tarina. Who's going to be the next? Let's focus on star sign. That's going to be something a little easier for me. Let's focus on star sign. Who's going to be the next star sign that Tarina will be in a serious relationship with? So let's do that. Okay. I'm kind of just going to keep flipping here until I get something. Okay, you know what? Wow. All right. Overwhelmingly, fire sign. Like literally, I drew 5 cards. Okay, I drew 5 cards, and I'll show you. I drew 5 cards, and of those 5, 4 of them were wands. Okay, so I do feel like we're looking at a fire sign that's going to be the next person here. What's really good is if you're an air sign, and then you have the fire sign, you can kind of stoke the flames a little bit. You can get things started. It can be hot and heavy, or hot and ready. I think that's a pizza thing, though. That's probably Little Caesars. But yes, that would be what I'm seeing here, is that it's definitely going to be something where we're looking at a fire sign. I'll see what I can get a little bit more detail with, but definitely fire sign. And that's either a good or a bad thing, depending on the fire sign, right? Because sometimes our Sag friends have a very difficult time, well, not putting their foot in their mouth. Am I right? Fire signs can be a little hard to deal with. Love you guys. I love you guys, but there's negatives to every sign, except for Taurus, which is my sun sign. No negatives there. No, none at all. But let's look here and see what we can find for Tarina. So a couple more. Hey there, Todd. How you doing, bud? And Merry belated Christmas and Happy Pre-Year. I like Happy Pre-Year. That sounds interesting, and I like it. Hopefully everyone had a good holiday. Hey there, Amber. How you doing? I know I did. I had a good holiday. Kind of stressful. Family. Do I need to say more? I can just literally say family, and you guys are like, yeah, I get it. I understand. All right. What do we get here? You've never dated fire yet. Well, you're in luck. You're in luck because that's what it's looking like. All right. So let's see. Let's get a little bit more. Man, yeah. That's insane. Okay, again, I drew 3 cards. 2 of those 3 cards are fire signs, or fire cards. Again, overwhelmingly, you're going to date a fire sign, and there might be a little bit of Pisces in this person as well. So you're going to be dealing with someone that's hot-headed and mysterious. That's going to be frustrating. But have fun with that. No, Tarina, that's what I'm seeing here. Is it's strongly going to be a fire sign. If not in their 3 placements, at least in 2, 1 or 2, like very, very fire sign oriented. Very, very. Because I even got the 8 of Wands twice, which to me is a very, very fast moving energy. Kind of like how I keep saying very, very, and I speed it up each and every damn time. So that's what I'm seeing here. We're definitely going to have it where we're focusing on, some fire. You're very welcome, Tarina. Thank you for coming on the channel. And hopefully you've liked and subscribed. I can't remember if I've seen you here before. But I do appreciate when you guys donate. It helps the channel immensely. Okay, so everybody, Xena, are you there? So chakras, while we're waiting here, chakras are going to be something that, oh, thank you, Amber. Awesome, Tarina. I didn't know if you were new here or not, and I didn't want to be offensive, right? If I'm being offensive, you can tell me. You can say, hey, I've been here a while. I'm forgetful today. And I'm going to say that every day for the rest of my life because it makes it sound like at some point I wasn't forgetful, but I forget to forget. So there's that there. All right, so let's do this. Thank you for the donation, Amber. So let's do this. Go like that, and boom, boom. Okay. And did Xena? Yes, there she is. Has my friends been talking to Thomas about me? Let's look at that. Let's look at that. I got to look at this really, really quick here and see what I can come up with. Where? It's always one of those things. I'm trying to find my app here. Okay, well, I'm having a difficult time. Guessing it's not on there. So let's look and see what we can find here for Xena. So she's wondering here, she says, has my friends been talking to Thomas about you? Well, let's look at that and let's see what we can come up with here. Have Xena's friends been talking to Thomas about her? Let's see. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more little card pull here. Boom. There we go. Let's put some extra little spicy sauce on there and see what happens. Oh, it's a little too spicy. It's a little too spicy. Let's see what we get for Xena. That is an interesting card. So, Xena, I get the 3 of Swords. So I do feel like there could be someone that could be talking behind your back or could be talking to this Thomas person, right? I feel like you've mentioned this Thomas person before. This card here can be like heartbreak, it can be betrayal, but it can be something that comes along where it's not what we're expecting. So maybe there is some gossip that's going on. Doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't mean that it's true, but there could be some gossip that's going on here. And so that's what I'm seeing, Xena. Hopefully that helps in some way. If there is gossip, if there is something like that going on, in my opinion, if the person wants to believe in the gossip, that's on them, right? Truly, you're very welcome. Truly intelligent people do not listen to gossip and take it as fact. They actually ask questions and they ask the person what's going on. So, but some people are dumb as hell. Some people are the stupidest people you will ever meet, and they'll just take the gossip and be like, well, that's fact. I don't even need to ask the person. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. All right. It's called being a decent human. A lot of people haven't heard of it. All right. So let's move on here to Amber. Step on down, Amber. Ask your question and prepare for an answer that will surprise both of us, I'm thinking. I think we're telling him I'm fine without him. Oh, okay, I'm hoping that's what they're telling him. You're fine without him because we don't need shitheads in our lives. No, we don't. So the priority list is paid. The priority list is paid. The priority list, if you guys can give me some pie, you're going to be put on the priority. Does Nick think about Amber? Let's look at that. So if you do $5, $10, $15, $100, $1,000. You guys get a reading. Any of those numbers. I'm a little more fond of the $1,000 myself, but you know, that's just me. All right, let's do this here. Basically, any payment gets you guys on the priority list. And you can look at the links down below and see what I offer. Cashapp, PayPal, and Super Chat. There we go. There we go. Boy, that's the one. That's the one that escapes me, of course. You know what, Amber? Let's do this instead. All right, we're going to use the Supernatural deck right here. And hopefully you guys... Again, I don't know if people watch Supernatural, but this is the Supernatural I'm talking about. Sam and Dean, the Impala right there, talking about some good shit. Okay, one of my favorite shows. Kind of a fun one to dive into, I think. All right, little dark. First few seasons are a little dark, but it's honestly a good show. Okay. See what we got here for Amber. See what we got here. A couple more shuffles. Oh, man. Do you guys have a favorite Christmas movie? I know Christmas is over. I know it's over. But in this house, it's Christmas all year long. Nothing but Christmas. I'm just kidding. I'm just curious if you guys have a favorite Christmas movie. We didn't have time to talk about that before I took my leave for about 2 weeks. Mine is, okay, get this. This is incredibly unique. Mine is How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the one with Jim Carrey. The animated one's cute too, but I love the one with Jim Carrey. Ah, It's a Wonderful Life. That's a good one. That's a good one. I need to rewatch that one, but that's a really good one. Anybody else got a little Christmas movie? Home Alone is also, I feel like that's a Christmas movie too. Watched that one last year. That's kind of a fun one. Also really scary. Really scary. He's just home alone. That's kind of the main plot point. Okay. Oh, Elf is awesome. Yes. Elf is such a good one. I love Elf. I love Elf. Will Ferrell as an elf is probably one of my favorites. So, does Nick think about Amber? Let's look here. So I get the Hermit. I get the Hermit in reverse. Ooh, Nightmare Before Christmas is awesome too. Oh, very good, very good. Not that you guys need my validation, right? You don't need me to say that it's good or not. But I appreciate it. Elf is awesome. Okay. The Hermit in reverse. So I do feel like Nick is thinking about you. When I see the Hermit in reverse, it could be... I have not seen Bad Santa. That is one I need to look at. But the Hermit in reverse, I feel like there could be something where this person could maybe try to reach out in the future. It's going to be a minute, though, if this person does try to reach out. I do feel they're thinking of you, Amber. I do feel they're thinking of you. So, hey, Black Bill, how you doing? Like and subscribe. Tell me that you guys liked and subscribed, and I can add you to the list here. Meet the Parents, yes. Yes, I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me? Isn't that one of the lines? I hope that's one of the lines, because if not, I've been watching some weird shit, and I'm sorry. But that's what I'm seeing, Amber, is that I do feel they could reach out. I feel like it's going to be a minute before they try to reach out, but they have been thinking about you. So I would say maybe the next anywhere from 2 weeks to 2 months is going to be where I would see them coming back. Yeah, Santa Claus with Tim Allen was... Yeah, it's really weird. It's really weird when you see yourself slowly turning into Santa Claus, right? It's a little strange. Hold on 1 second. Let me grab the... I had a little screen cleaner, or a little... Oh, there it is. These are really nice. Oh, over here. These are really nice. So you have you have this here, and you got a little brush right there. And then this side has a screen cleaner. Okay, I'm like a QVC host. Do you guys want this? Do you want this? 3 payments of $9.95. And yes, I do take Discover. All right, there we go. Hey there, Lady Libra. How are you doing? And Jay, your name may be Jay No, but you Jay Yes can get on my list. So let's do that here. All right, Taylor. Taylor's here. You're on the list, Taylor. Okay, so let's do this. All right, so Mary Wilson, what is your question? What's your question, Mary? And then you guys get to ask me what my question is, and you guys can do readings for me. So get your tarot cards ready. It's going to be rapid fire. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? We're just reading for each other. You're very welcome, Amber. You're very, very welcome. Thank you for stopping by. I always appreciate you coming on here. Okay, so let me get comfortable. And I'm going to see here. Okay, we'll look at Mary's question here. So Chantel posted the list here. No, Taylor, you're coming up after Mary Wilson, who we're reading right now. So hold on a second. Let's see. So we've got. Okay, you know what, Chantel, you've been doing really good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the list to you. I'm going to leave the list to you tonight. You've been doing really well with how you're posting it. That actually helps me a ton. Remember, guys, like and subscribe for your chance to win a car. It's not a good car. In fact, you'd probably prefer not winning it. It's a little toy Hot Wheels car. But you guys have that option. Okay. Let's focus on Mary's question here. Yes, Chantel's on it in a good way. Why is he still calling her? Are they still involved with each other intimately? Let's look at that. Let me do the energy oracle cards here. Right, I got you, Mary. Let's see what we can do here. Again, guys, let me know that you've liked and subscribed so that Chantel can add you to the list. She will not add you to the list unless you say you've liked and subscribed. If you're already subscribed, just like the video, and you should be good to go. But you gotta let us know. Or else we are just lost. Okay. Why is he still calling her? Okay. Why is he still calling her? Are they still involved with each other intimately? So let's look at that. Yes, Black Pill. I trust the process. Let's do this here. So I get this card here. So Mary, I get the King of Coins right here. So how I would read this, since we're just doing kind of the one card situation, how I would read this here would be the King of Coins. I feel like there's some security here, but something could feel like it's a little off. Even though this isn't a bad card, something's telling me that there could be a little more going on. I'm wondering if you can talk to this person, right? And see what's going on. It does feel like there might be an agenda that feels a little less, it feels like there's something that's being hidden. But then the King of Coins isn't a bad card, but something in me is saying, I feel like there's something that's being hidden just a little bit. Hopefully light sheds on the situation, but that's what I'm seeing here. So I would say I think there's something going on. I do think there's something going on. Obviously ask them though, if that's something you can do, but I'm thinking there's something going on here. But definitely look into that and ask, because normally, something's telling me though it's just something going on. Okay, let's do this here. Okay, so Taylor, would you like to ask your question? When you mention the situation, he gets furious. Okay, probably means something's going on. If the person gets really upset when you mention something, yeah. So I would definitely say, leave his ass, or do whatever it is you want to do, Mary. You know, I'm not you, but it seems like there's something going on there, because you should be able to bring up things without the person losing their shit. At least I would hope so. Okay. So Taylor, what was your question? Okay, worst pain that we've ever been through. All right, worst pain in recent memory that I can think of. I was dancing around in my garage. Okay, this is already a weird story. I do not know how to dance, but I was having a time. I was strutting my stuff. It sounds gross when I say it out loud, but I was doing that, and I hit a wet spot in the garage with my feet. I'm not doing handstands, guys. It's with my feet. And when I did that, I slipped, I fell, and I landed all of my weight on my my kneecap. I'm telling you right now, on a hard, polished concrete surface, that hurt pretty bad. I mean, that was pretty painful. That's in recent memory, right? That I had that happen. You guys can tell me your biggest kind of physical pain that you've been through. We can go from there. This will be fun. I know how to start good conversations at parties. I'm that weird person. Okay. Will Edward put in effort to rekindle our relationship? Okay. Let's see what we got here. Will Edward put in effort to rekindle the relationship? You know, I was listening to something. You're very welcome, Mary. Very, very welcome. Thank you for coming on and letting me know what's up. Like and subscribe. Say that you've liked and subscribed. You guys can be added to the list, right? But there's something interesting. There's something interesting that I heard yesterday from my partner. Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate that, my friend. I was talking with my girlfriend last night, and we were talking about how we know if someone likes us in a relationship or what's going on. And they just do, right? When we're in a relationship, if someone is putting effort and time into us, that's the right person. That's the right person for us. If we're in a relationship and that's not happening, in my opinion, we move on. We go to something else, because life is too short to spend with people that won't put the time in, right? Communication is also big too. That's literally me asking surface questions, looking for complex answers. Physical pain, hit hips on doorknob, the door always in the way, that hurts. Oh yeah. Have you guys ever been walking into a room, and I'll get to your question, Taylor. Have you ever been walking into a room, and I've got the doorknobs. I've got the doorknobs in the house that are the long ones, you know, that you grab and you turn this way, not the doorknobs. But I'll be in a really bad mood. And this isn't even from the doorknobs. I'm going somewhere with this, I promise. It sounds weird. But thank you, Brooklyn. I appreciate that. I love this style. I'm gonna get more stuff in this style. God, I'm so excited about everything right now. Anyway, stubbing my toe is top tier. Oh yeah, stubbing your toe is top tier pain. Absolutely. But I go to leave my bathroom and I'm in a bad mood. Some days I just wake up and I'm in a bad mood. Don't know if you guys have ever had that. I'm sure you have. Okay. And my hoodie or my shirt or something will catch onto the doorknob, and it like yanks me in a weird direction, and I almost fall over, and that pisses me off more than anything. Like I will fight that door. The door ends up winning every time though, so it's not necessarily the funnest thing to do. But let's look here, Brooklyn. Okay, so I hit my arm on the dresser opening the closet, or hit my, oh yeah, Oh yeah, those hurt. Those hurt. Hitting the arms, or one of them, you're getting ready to go into bed. You turn your light off, and then you run to your bed because you're scared of the dark and you don't want something to grab your legs from underneath the bed, and you stub your toe. Hopefully everyone else is scared of the monsters underneath their bed, because for me, it's a legit concern. Those bastards will grab you and pull you under, is what I've heard. All right, Taylor, let's look at what we got here. Okay. Ooh, that sounds awful. An incense burning your earlobe sounds like something someone would do if they tied you up and they were trying to get information out of you. They would like use an incense and burn your earlobe. Weirdly specific, but that sounds painful. I'm not. I hang my feet off my bed so they can take off. Well, there you go. There you go. It might be comforting to some people. Okay, let's see what we get here for Taylor. Yeah, so we get door to romance in reverse. So, your person will be your person. They will listen to you. They will be with you. And you don't have to force anything. It doesn't have to be something. People put effort in when they want to put effort in. If they don't put effort in, they're not for you. As painful as that sounds, that's how it is. That's how I see it. If we have to force someone or we have to get things moving, I think it's time to go into something else here. Probably not the funnest information to hear, but apparently that's what I do. I'm Uncle No Fun. So, yeah. That weird uncle you only see on the holidays, and he's a little crazy, little nuts. Ooh, he was in the crevice of a door. I walked past. Ooh, okay. That sounds. If you live under the bed rent free, definitely roommate situation. Awesome, Taylor. Awesome. Yeah, you got to charge those guys. You got to charge them. They need to know what's going on. Okay, so yes, Brooklyn. Yes, did you like and subscribe, Brooklyn? I think you're already subscribed. So if you could like, Chantel's taking care of the list, and so I'm kind of left here just doing the readings, which is nice because having to write everyone's name down can be a little exhausting. Awesome. Thank you, Chantal. Appreciate that. Okay. So, Chocolate Rose, are you there? Chocolate Rose or Chocolate Blanche or Chocolate Dorothy, are you there? The Golden Girls' chocolates sounds like something I would be into. I'm just going to say that out loud so you guys don't think I'm weird for not saying it. You're very welcome, Brooklyn. Chocolate Rose. Come on down. I tried this new chocolate the other day. Oh, man. And I wish I liked it because it sounded interesting. It sounded like it would be really good. And awesome. Okay. Perfect. So we get this chocolate. We go to the health food store, and for me, when I go to the health food store, it's like you can get these really exotic, kind of weird, tasty treats. Let's say, and most of the time they are tasty treats. They're good. They sit in the tummy very well, and we digest them very well. I don't know why I said we, but so I see this chocolate bar, right? And I'm already excited because there's chocolate in my vicinity. And it's a grapefruit chocolate bar. I think the brand was Choco Love. I'm not sure what the brand was, but it was grapefruit chocolate bar, and I was super excited, right? Because if you guys have ever had, like one of my favorite treats ever on this earth is those dark chocolate oranges that you get around Christmas time. I don't know what your guys' favorite candy is, you can tell me, but like those dark chocolate orange, like you slap them on the table, you have the wedges. delicious. I was thinking it was going to be like that. And, oh, it was like sucking on a sweaty toe. Like you bite into it and it was just some nasty bullshit. You're thinking that's chocolate? I was disappointed. I was so disappointed in how that tasted. But everyone else seemed to like it. And I just felt bad because it's like, normally anything that's sugar, I'm like, all right, I like it because it's sugar, but ugh. Do you guys have a favorite candy or least favorite candy? Whatever that thing was, that was my least favorite, at least for the year. Ooh, chocolate covered blueberries. Now that sounds good. That sounds good. And we got another chocolate bar that was chocolate. It's a chocolate bar, and there's elderberries and blueberries on the inside of it, and it has this really nice crunch. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. That was actually pretty good. Okay, Summer, are you there? And then I don't even know if they make these anymore. I haven't looked for a while, but peanut butter Twix is one of my favorites. Right, peanut butter Twix was amazing, and it's good. Yes, yes. Ooh, watermelon sour candies. Yeah, those are good. Is it Haribo or who does is it Haribo or is it Sour Patch that does the watermelon? I can't remember. Maybe it's something else. Ooh, no. Okay, so I don't have anything. I don't have a Kroger's or what did you say, Ralph's? I don't have either of those. Yeah, small towns, right? We don't exactly get that. I'm lucky. I'm lucky if I see someone in the day. That's how small the town is. No, but it's okay. Hold on. Watermelon, Ghirardelli peppermint bark squares. Ooh, yes, the Ghirardelli ones. Yes, yes. Harbor, awesome. Yeah, those watermelon ones, making my mouth water. Those are really good. And then you said they have a cherry cordial ice cream that's basically mint chocolate chip ice cream, but maraschino cherry flavored instead of mint. So good. Okay, so I went. I'm doing mostly the keto thing, and I say mostly because whenever the hell I want, I just stop. That's apparently what I do now. My willpower is next to zero. Um, yeah, that's kind of sad. Anyway, Ben and Jerry's has a cherry Garcia ice cream. Super tasty, man. If you guys can try it, cherry Garcia is really good. Um, and then Rebel, I think, does a cherry chocolate chip, and that's more keto based. You can have that. It's got sugar alcohols in it, which will give you the shits of a lifetime. Some people cannot digest sugar alcohols, and I mean it. You guys can. Some people can. Other people, no, no. So be careful if you're doing the sugar alcohol stuff because it can tear your stomach up, and it's. I'm serious. So, what are they called? Straws, candy, airhead. Oh, airheads are good too. Okay. I'm getting off track, guys. That never happens on this channel. I never get distracted, ever. So, you guys see something that never happens. All right, best of the West. Are you there? We're kind of chewing through this list here. Well, let me see what Chantel has on the list. That's list one. So we've got. Okay, let me go back up here. Wow, I don't know whose breast milk is Cherry Garcia flavored. There's a lot of ways I can go with this, and I think I'm just going to keep my mouth shut and say chocolate tit ice cream doesn't sound like the best thing, if that makes any sense. Okay, so this is the second stream. You've got distracted, but 100%. Second stream, third stream, fourth stream. It happens every time. But what are you guys going to do? You're just going to watch me struggle, and I'm okay with that. Okay, so Ivory Eyes, are you there? Gymshark Apparel? Is that an I might be a little blurry. I'm not sure. The camera I'm using is a little... It shouldn't be too blurry, but if it is, I'm going to upgrade the camera situation here, but I'm trying some new stuff out. Using the iPad, and then I got my MacBook over here, and I'm switching out the cameras, trying to see what I can do. Do I sound okay? Can you guys hear me? Hopefully you can hear me. It's pixelated a little. Okay. I'll have to work on that and try to get something going a little bit more where it's not as pixelated. Sound is great. Okay. Oh, very sporty with Gymshark. Ooh, okay. I'll have to look at Gymshark apparel, like you said. I'll have to, In fact, I mean, we're whittling through this list here. Let's see who's on the list. Ray Wilson, speak my... Okay, I speak my truth. Are you there? Let me look up Gymshark apparel. Ooh. Oh, that's nice. There's some hoodies on here. That actually is pretty nice clothing. I don't mind that at all. I'll have to look into that. My fashion sense. I wake up and I don't dress myself anymore. It's something, my clothes just magically appear, and whatever's there I just put on. I don't know who does it, but somebody's dressing me each and every morning. Okay, so Naira Jr., are you there? Okay, Naira Jr., Mina Volume, Star Moon. I'm just going to say a few names here, and then hopefully we can get people there. Naira Jr., Mina Volume, Star Moon. Sounds like I'm casting a spell in here, doesn't it? Okay, Akanksha Verma. Verma, are you there? Sorry if I butchered your name. And then someone with the username Nobody, which... That's a creative username, because if I ask if nobody's there and you don't answer, then it's true that nobody is there. But if I ask if nobody's there and you do answer, then that's wrong. So that's interesting. Todd, you were wondering how to get on the priority list. I mean, if you want to, we can do a free ask for you, but that's what I'm seeing here. All right, Chloe, are you there? Not yet, Brooklyn, but I think we're going to get to that place. People just come on here and say, I'm out. Chromatica... Okay. Chromatica's Rebel 2. Are you there? Chromatica's Rebel 3 through 5. Are you there? You haven't liked, subbed, or donated. That's okay, Todd. I think you were asking to be on the list, and so Chantel was putting you on there. You're okay. You're okay. It's all good, Brooklyn. You don't have to worry. I'll let you know when it's your turn. Okay, so... Boss Up. Okay, okay. Like and subscribe. I think creative username, you've already been on here before and you've already subscribed, if I'm not mistaken. So just like the video and we can put you on the list here. You didn't ask to be on the list. Well, Todd, You're on the list, like it or not, and when the spotlight comes on you, you're going to have to think of a question or else I'm going to get offended. So be thinking, buddy. Be thinking, because you're coming right up. All right. Well, shit, there it is right there. Toddman 8302. You're good, Todd, if you want me to pass over you. It's all right. Because we got some other people here. And I can also just jabber on about anything, so it's always helpful. Has anyone been playing, so I've said this before, I'm playing Divinity Original Sin 2. Has anyone played that game? Has anyone tried it out? I find it very fascinating. It's very kind of soothing in a horrific way. It's interesting. It's an interesting game. Okay, so let's do this here. Give me 1 second, guys. Hey, Bittersweet, how you doing? Like and subscribe to be added to the tribe. That's what I'm saying, and I'm not playing. I'm out of rhymes at this time. Okay. So, all right, let's do this then. Let's move on to the next person here. We have got Black Pill. What is your question? Good. I'm glad to hear you're good, Bittersweet. You want to be on as well? Okay. Playing Pokemon Yellow right now while watching. Yes, Pokemon Yellow is good. The way Pikachu sounds when you look at him is frightening. Absolutely frightening. And Final Fantasy 12 I tried to get into. I don't like the battle system. 12, 13. I haven't played 14 because that's an online, but I've played 15. I just don't like that. I like the Final Fantasy 10, and yeah, I'm more of a traditional RPG guy. Black Pill, are you there? How would you know it? Okay. How would you know if you're a star seed? Here's the funny thing. Here is the funny thing right here. If you're thinking or you're wondering if you're a star seed, more than likely you are, okay? For the longest time, I was wondering if I was a medium or if I was a psychic or if I was a tarot reader, and all of those turned out to be true. I'm still learning, I'm still gaining the experience, but if you have an interest in it or you feel like you are, odds are you are, right? And when I'm talking about this, and if you're a starseed or you're not, right, we don't need permission to be special. If I said, for instance, you weren't a starseed, it doesn't mean anything. And if I say you are necessarily, it doesn't mean anything either. If we take into something and we use it, we actionize, okay, that's a word on this channel. We actionize it. If we self-actualize, then we become what we're meant to be, right? Or we become who we want to be. But if I said you're a starseed, or if I said you were this or you were that, great, right? You've been watching videos about it, there you go. But if I say that you're that way, but you don't take any, what would be the word? You don't take any steps to understand more about it, or you keep doubting it over and over and over again, then you're not going to do anything with that information, even if you are a starseed, which I feel like, yeah. That was how I started out, though. I started out in that realm of like, am I a starseed? Am I an indigo child? Am I a platinum member of American Express? And all those sort of things. And two of those things ended up to be true, not the last one though. But it's definitely all about how you feel and what you feel like you can bring to the table. And again, starseed or not, I think it's just a label, and labels limit us. Again, that's my opinion. But I do feel like if you are drawn to it odds are that that's a direction you can go in and you can learn a lot from it. So that's what I would say, black pill. Okay. I'm going to give it to you straight, and I'm also going to give it to you a little crooked and to the left, going around there, sneaking up behind you, too. I mean, there's a bunch going on here, but I'm going to say that, right. To me, it's a title thing. It's a title. It's like saying, it's asking permission. It's like you're asking me if you're special. Of course you are. 100% you're special. Now, I'm going to say this, too, and people don't like hearing this. I think everyone's special. Everyone has the potential to do so much, but we've been told by society and by even people in our own spiritual community that we're not good enough. And so a lot of people have these little entry levels, right? Like, oh, you're a starseed, so I can tell you this because you're a starseed. Or, oh, you're an indigo child, so you have this, and this. And it's like, okay, labels in this situation don't help. What matters is where your heart is. What you want to do with this, that's what's important. The labels, in my opinion, aren't necessarily important because it's just a way to either feel good about ourselves in a puffed up kind of way, or it's a way to feel bad about ourselves because we don't feel like we are that thing, or we don't feel like we fit the categories of this, and this. My spirituality that I started here, I didn't start actively doing psychic work and mediumship and stuff like that until like 5 years ago. And I didn't really have that many experiences growing up. I didn't have a ray of light shoot out of my ass and I was the chosen one and there was a God's hand pointing down to me saying, this guy right here, he's going to be huge, he's going to be a special person. I didn't have any of that stuff. I wasn't born with a gift. It wasn't something that happened spontaneously. I sort of had an awakening, which that can happen to people, but it was always within me. It was always there. It was just sort of out of reach for the time being. And as long as we stay on a path of curiosity and letting ourselves develop our spiritual awareness, we'll find out where we're meant to be. But just don't close yourself off to thinking starseed or indigo child or whatever, in my opinion, because it's so much bigger than that. It's so much bigger than the labels that we define it as. Hopefully that makes sense, Black Pill. But I do feel like, and I had a teacher tell me that before too. They said if whatever you're interested in is kind of also interested in you as well. Kind of a weird way to think about it, but it makes sense to me, right? What you're seeking is seeking you. Okay. Taking it all in, I appreciate it. I appreciate it too. That's a really good question. I appreciate you guys coming on here, having these questions ready to go, challenging me, trying to see what's up. But okay, so who do we have next? Jay, no, are you there? Oh, it's funny. Right here, I broke my pinky when I was younger, and every time I go to pop my pinky, like you pull on your finger and you pop it, it pops down here. It pops right down here. And that ain't right. That's not right. It feels good though, but your pinky shouldn't pop clear down here, you know what I mean? So I think when I broke it, something happened, and so now when I pop it, it's like, it cracks a lot more than it should, and it's a lot louder than it needs to be, and you guys are on here, so I can talk about whatever. It's just that kind of thing. Okay, no J now. All right. So what about Liana? I always have a hard time. Liliana P. Pereira. Liliana Pereira, are you there? I can't help it. It's something and they say it's not bad. They say it's not bad to crack your knuckles as long as you don't twist. Like they say, if you crack your finger and you do it like this, that's okay. But if you crack your finger and you twist it and you pull, that can do some damage. So as long as you do it that way, because all it is you're just like letting the air out. It's not supposed to be bad for you. It depends on how you do it. If you take a sledgehammer and hit your fingers, then you're causing some damage. But yeah. Okay, so we're moving on to list 2. And Brooklyn Smith, are you there? Brooklyn Smith, hopefully you grabbed your daughter. You're sitting here. You're getting ready to type your question. If not, we can probably come back to you. You've been on here a few times. Okay, perfect. You're here. Brooklyn Smith is here, everyone. Alrighty. So, ask your question. Hey there, Maria Gold Sunflower. Awesome to have you on the channel. If you want to like and subscribe, you can be added to the free list. And if you don't want to do either of those things, you can still stay here and be my friend. So, but if you want to be on the list, it's something you have to do. I just want to know, will I get the apology from my person? Okay, let's look at this. You're welcome, Maria. Very welcome. And welcome to the channel. Sit down, pop a squat, take a seat, and watch how much of an ass of myself I will make. Let's see what we can do here. I'm just curious because I want to know when or if I should stop expecting it. Odds are, if we're dealing with a very stubborn male energy, if that's something that's going on, you're probably not going to hear anything from that person. It can be male, it can be female, but depending on how it goes. A lot of times we just need to say, I'm going to live my life for me. If someone does apologize, that's great. But if they don't, we need to realize that we can still move on. Because a lot of us don't get apologies. But we'll see here. We'll see what this says. I've been in that boat. I've waited for apologies for years to happen. To this day, none of them have happened. None of them have happened. I never see anyone, and I don't talk to anybody, so maybe that's why, but... So we have this third chakra, Archangel Shamuel, right here. So this is telling me that we have to be the person to not forgive and forget, but eventually we need to do something where we let go of whatever that person did to us. And when we forgive that person for what they did to us, it's not saying what you did to me was okay. Instead, it's saying that I don't want to hold on to this anymore. I don't want to hold on to this energy anymore, and I'm going to give it to the universe or God or whatever you'd want to call it. It's basically saying, like, I don't feel like I need to hold on to this anymore. If you feel like that's something you can do, I would say do that. But a lot of times people wrong us in ways that it would really be nice to have an apology, especially a heartfelt one. But a lot of the times it's not going to happen. And I don't want to be that person that sounds cruel or, but that's just how it is in life sometimes. So I'm going to say use your own sense of power, use your own sense, because this right here is saying that it's your purpose, it's your willpower that's going to drive you towards what it is you need to do. If we're waiting for someone to give us permission to feel better, that's not right. Hopefully that makes sense to you, Brooklyn. Okay. So, and thank you, Haley. Let's see here. Okay, Lady Libra, are you there? All right, Lady Libra, go for it. Ask away. Ask the question. You're very welcome, Brooklyn. You're very, very welcome. And that doesn't mean we should get to it. We shouldn't ever hurry to a place where we're in a rush to forgive somebody because we don't want to hold on. We need to allow ourselves to experience anger, frustration, sadness whenever it comes up so that we don't block our own emotional body. We don't block our own emotional self. And when we allow ourselves to do that, over time, we start to learn what it means to love ourselves, to appreciate ourselves, because we don't want to feel that pain again. We don't want to be in a situation where it keeps happening. And so over time, we'll learn, we'll understand. And I just want you, as a person, to understand that that's just how things are sometimes. But yeah, so hopefully that helps. Okay, what is the latest guidance I'm meant to hear? All right, Lady Libra, let's see what we got here. It's saying here that I think you need to go get some of those Ghirardelli chocolate squares, those peppermint ones. Spirit's telling me that could be something that's in your near future. Let's look, though. Let's see what we can get here for you, Lady Libra. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. What information is Lady Libra meant to hear that is not sweets related, Spirit? Come on. Come on. Alrighty. One more little shuffle-de-shuffle-tea, and that'll be enough. But it was good. That rhymed a lot better in my head than it did out loud. All right. What does Lady Libra need to know right now? Ooh, this is a good one. This is a very good one. All right, so Lady Libra, here's what we get for you. We have the Magician and the Mirror right there. Magician and the Mirror. Couldn't be clearer, right? So the way I would see this card is, I always talk about this on the channel, so you got to let me nerd out just a little bit. Everyone here, I presume, has seen Harry Potter and watched it many, many times. If not, get the hell out of here. You're not welcome. But in all actuality, this right here, the Magician in the Mirror, what happens in the first movie? You guys remember what happens in the first movie? Our little friend Harry, discovers a mirror, right? And when he discovers this mirror, he's looking into it. He sees his greatest, like, kind of desire, like what his heart would want, right? And Magician also means new love coming or someone from past returns. Absolutely, that can be something too. In this situation, though, because of the way this card is, this is about, I mean, it can be manifestation too. This one is definitely about manifesting what's coming our way. But Harry sees something in the mirror, and he can't quite get to it. He can't quite get to it yet. So what I see is going on, Lady Libra, is going to be that we need to focus on how we manifest, or on what we're having. Okay. I need to focus, first off. We need to focus on how we manifest things in our life, okay? A lot of the time we use terms like I want, or I will, or I need when we're trying to manifest something. But that always puts us in a situation where we're going to want it, we're going to need it. It puts us in these situations where that's going to be the energy moving forward. If we move into an alignment place of I am this or I am that, whatever it is that we're wanting to be, using I am statements, even though it sounds like we're lying to ourselves, we're not. We're just allowing ourselves to align with that energy. So using I am statements is going to be very powerful. And as weird as it sounds, over enough time when we've used affirmations and we've used I am statements, we start to develop more confidence, and we start to believe it to be the truth. We do start to believe it to be the truth, and that can help us align ourselves with anything like that, right? Anything in that way. Yeah, there we go. So, Chantel, would you want to put them to the back of the list and then just do it that way? Because we're kind of getting close to that place anyway. But does that make sense, Lady Libra, focusing on more of a manifestation sort of mentality? Because a Magician in the Mirror is definitely something that I would see would be more... Because with your energy, when I'm focusing on it, I get a spiritual vibe. I get this kind of spiritual energy. And I feel like the thing we need to focus on the most is kind of how we carry ourselves, or maybe how we speak about ourselves. That can be something else too, because a lot of us in the spiritual community tend to have a very critical inner voice. And once we get that critical inner voice under control, everything in life becomes a lot easier. But when that critical inner voice is screaming at us because we grew up with parents that were not good for us or friends that weren't good for us, when we get this under control, everything in life gets a lot easier because we're focusing more on self-love and self-appreciation. And when we appreciate ourselves and when we love ourselves, we don't let other people come into our lives that will devalue us because we appreciate and love ourselves too much to allow that to happen. So I feel like that's kind of the area where Spirit's wanting you to focus on. And that's a good area to focus on, honestly. Self-love is the name of the game. So I feel like that's making sense here. So let me itch my ear really quick. And all right. Okay, Kid Lily, are you there? Your ears itch too, Lady Libra? Mine just get a little bit itchy, but it's kind of how it goes for me. Yes, self-love equals self-growth. Absolutely, 100%. 100%. I'm upset, though, that no one has invented like the opposite of a flashlight. You know, like a dark light. Not like a black light, but like, you know, something that just darkens a room when you turn the switch. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Yes, Plu, I remember Padma Piscean. You can be added to the list. Just like the video, subscribe, and let me know that you've done that so that Chantel can add you to the list here. And you're on the list, Maria. You're on the list. Chantel just posted it. She just posted the list up there, and you're like the only person on the second list. Okay, so, and I'm glad, Lady Libra, that I'm able to help and to be of service and assistance. A lot of it isn't me talking. A lot of it is Spirit talks through me. I'm just a vessel, kind of like the marionette that gets on the strings and, you know, Spirit makes me dance. That's kind of my thing. So, let's see here. We've got creative username. Are you there? No, Maria, you're fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's a very gentle community. We're going to have nap time here in a minute. Yeah. So don't worry about it. You're just curious what's going on. And we're happy to have you here. Okay, so what do my angels know? Okay, what do my angels know I need to know right now? Okay. Gonna look at this question here. So what do my angels know I need to know right now, do right now, and let go of the most right now? Okay. We're gonna focus on one question. So we're gonna do, what do you need to let go of right now? I think that's a good question to focus on. So what do you need to let go of right now, creative username? What are the angels saying for you to let go of right now? All right, one more shuffle here. I lied. There's one more shuffle. All right, what do the angels want you to know right now that you need to let go of? Wow, that's interesting, isn't it? We have 7th chakra Archangel Uriel right here, which is funny. Angels, archangels, Uriel. 7th chakra is the not the soul star. 7th chakra is the crown chakra. The crown chakra is our spiritual sense. It's where we get the super conscious mind. It's where we get the higher self, that kind of knowledge, right? And so this right here is saying that we need to let go of the process of letting spirit come to us. So, okay, creative username. What I would say spirit's trying to tell you is that when you ask for a sign or you ask for their presence to be there, to allow yourself the possibility of experiencing them being there. I feel like there can be a tendency to maybe obsess or look for signs constantly, and maybe we're even looking for big signs. But a lot of ways, spirit communicates in very, very subtle ways, and we need to take that as confirmation. And as soon as we start taking the little communications as confirmation, spirit can come give us bigger and bigger things. But right now, I'm feeling like the main thing spirit is trying to say is that we need to let go, and we need to let the process of spirit communication sort of come in and be something for us. But we have to allow it to happen. You're very welcome. You're very welcome, Piscean. So hopefully creative username, that makes sense. I feel like we just need to allow things to happen in our environment and allow spirit to talk with us. And something we can all do right now is, if you guys close your eyes and relax as much as possible, that's going to be a way for you to invite spirit to come next to you and to focus on that. That's what I'm getting, Piscean. Hey Elizabeth, how you doing? So I would say, Piscean, focus on the present moment as much as you can, and focus on developing more of an intimate relationship with your spirits and your guides. Just by you can ask them to come close, you can ask them to help with certain things. But if you want to get closer with this kind of connection, you can ask them to come close, because they won't unless we ask. They won't come close to us unless we ask. And then allow yourself the ability to perceive whatever it is that you're wanting to, not wanting. Let me reword that. Allow yourself to perceive whatever it is they're trying to tell you. Don't try to convolute it. Don't try to turn it into something else. It takes time and practice, but all of us are capable of communicating with our guides and our spirits ourselves, but it takes time to do that. Yes, Elizabeth, I am still accepting payments. I'll tell you right now, even if you caught me on the toilet, I'd still be accepting payments. It's how it works for me. It's how it goes. I'm sorry for the graphic imagery, guys. I'm going to keep it real. Apparently way too real, but you get what I'm saying. So yeah, Elizabeth, I am still accepting the payments. Okay, hold on. I think I know what's going on here. That is so weird. Okay, I'm gonna download something here. Yes. Let me do this, guys, and get this going. So I've got to download PayPal or whatever it is we're gonna use on my phone. I don't think I have Cashapp either, so I'm gonna have to download that one as well. So we'll let that download. Okay, perfect. All right, Elizabeth, I got your payment. Thank you very kindly, so much. I appreciate it. So let's do this here. So Elizabeth, what is on your mind? Okay, so let's do this. Yeah, you're up, Elizabeth. You know the drill. Okay. Actually, I've got it on here, so I'll just do that. Okay. We're good to go. So Elizabeth says, I'm having a hard time figuring out how to mesh my spiritual life with my passions, and it's stressing me out. I'm terrified of losing my spiritual connection and getting drowned by the real world. How do I bring more balance to these two things? Okay, first off, it's a lot. Okay, when we're talking about spirit abilities and stuff like that, I don't want you to apply the way we learn skills, like physical skills or mental skills, the same way that we learn spiritual skills. Once you've learned how to develop your skills to a certain level, when you come back to those skills, if for any point you leave those skills off to the wayside and you try to live a normal life, good luck with that. But when you do that, your skills are always still there. You may be a little bit rusty and you may have to get back into the flow, but they're still there. You're not going to lose these abilities, okay? That fear that you have, that's kind of a shame trigger, that's a guilt trigger that we have going on because we've been told that we have to do this, this, and this in order for things to happen. With spiritual abilities, we just have to let ourselves be. And if you want your spiritual abilities to mesh with your real world interests, we have to allow things to happen. We have to allow things to be. You said, Elizabeth, you said you're terrified, you're scared. If we can allow ourselves, instead of feeling fear, like we're embracing it instead of running away from it, that's going to be a way that we can kind of incorporate those two things. And also, whatever it is that you're doing in the real world, if it's fun and it's something you're passionate about, Spirit's already going to be there anyway. Spirit communicates primarily through what it is that we like to do and what it is that we're passionate about. However, if we're not into accounting and we do something and we feel like we're forced to do something, it's going to be harder for Spirit to communicate with us because we're in a situation where we're not feeling that joy or that flow state, if that makes any sense. Hopefully that does make sense. But we need to be in a place where we're putting fun into it. We're doing stuff like that. I'm on here and I make jokes. Hopefully not at other people's expense, but sometimes I can be a little bit of an ass. But I come on here, I make jokes. It makes it fun for me. It makes it so that people can relax. And we need more of that in our lives. We need to feel relaxed. We need to feel like we can flow with whatever it is that's going on. But if you want to, Elizabeth, you can give me something a little more specific. If you have like a little more specific something there. Because I understand wanting to balance, wanting to have it all. I get that, I do. Let's take a sippity. And Spirit, like I'm saying, a lot of times I'm talking about psychic, more mediumistic and psychic impressions, basically more mediumistic. Spirit's going to communicate to us in a way that it's something that we're passionate about, right? I can't tell you how many times I've been doing a reading or I've had something happen and I see something from a video game or from Harry Potter or from, because Spirit communicates to me in a way that I'm already interested and I'm already listening. And so it chooses that path to communicate to me because I know what they're trying to say. So watching a lot of movies, reading a lot of books, if we're in a state of constantly learning, Spirit's going to have more and more avenues for us to constantly be able to interpret different kinds of messages. And in my opinion, the meme culture that we have now, if I'm not mistaken, I've had memes come to me as signs of Spirit communication as well. Does that make sense? Okay, I suppose, what steps should I take currently to break down any blockages that would be standing in my way of balance, energetic-wise? The best thing to do is to realize that there's no rush. I feel like we're putting a time limit on ourselves, and as soon as we start doing that, we're not having fun anymore. As soon as we start feeling like we have to do something, we don't want to do it. Humans are funny that way. And not ha-ha funny, but like this is sad funny. So I would say this. If we can... So have I, regarding the meme thing. Yes. It's interesting how Spirit can communicate to us. So it definitely can be that way with memes, but primarily we need to make it fun for ourselves. Whatever it is that we happen to be doing, if we can inject in a little bit of fun, something that makes us curious, something that makes us appreciate things, right? That's going to be something that's helpful. That's going to be something that's really helpful. And if we're, it's kind of like this, okay? Let me see here. So we have this right here. I'm gonna do some little artworks here, okay? So let's say, Elizabeth, this is you. Okay? So this is going to be your energy. We got this little, it's kind of weird that it's a blue ball, right? But that's what we're focusing on here. So we have this blue color right here. Now what happens when we start becoming curious about our world, or we start becoming more passionate about our world, right? I will show you. It's either through this iPad or through me singing, and we don't want to do the singing. We do not want to do the singing. So let's do this. Okay. So this is spirit right here. So if you're the blue, spirit is the orange right here. Hopefully you guys can see that okay. So if you're the blue and spirit's the orange, when we experience excitement, when we experience things that we're grateful for, things that kind of spice up our lives in some way, shape, or form, inspiration would be the way I would say that. And what's funny is the word inspiration has spirit in there, right? So spirit, inspiration, those two things definitely have a lot in common. But so let's say we start igniting that spark of curiosity, wondering about things, appreciation, gratitude, love, those kinds of emotions. That's going to help us to do this. All right, what's going on here? Okay, hold on. There we go. I'll show you what it is I'm doing here. But when we start incorporating those kinds of things, then this happens, okay? It's kind of like when we start incorporating those kinds of things, we get this. And so we go from this to, oh shoot, I can't keep going back. Anyway, we blend together with the spirit world when we allow things we appreciate to come to us. Spirit can blend with us and they can work with us, but we have to give them the space to do that. And if we're working on something we're inspired with, or we're working on something that makes us excited, spirit can work with us in a much better way. So it's kind of a win-win. We get to be excited about something and spirit loves that energy. And so that's a way that spirit can communicate with us. So if we can inject some fun into whatever it is that we're doing, and Elizabeth, I don't feel like that would be difficult for you. You seem like someone that no matter what, I feel like you've got a resiliency. You've got this kind of resiliency that's going on. And that's awesome. That's something the spirit absolutely loves to work with. And so when we allow ourselves to bring fun, when we allow ourselves to bring in not enlightenment. When we allow ourselves to bring light energy to a situation, that's going to help us. That's going to help spirit be able to blend with us. I've said this before, and maybe you guys agree, maybe you don't. But I view life as being a play. It's a grand play. And there's a lot of actors, right? I feel, honestly, Elizabeth, if I can be frank, I feel like the fear comes from, there can be a fear of missing out, or a fear of feeling like you have to do something immediately, or it can be a lot. It can be a lot of those kinds of things. And what's funny is on this spiritual journey, over time, you're going to learn what resonates and what sticks with you and what doesn't. And these kinds of belief systems, these kinds of behaviors will eventually fade away because we've been told many, many times by society that we have to do something. If we're not doing something, we're lazy. If we're not doing something, we're this, we're this, we're this. Like, it's impossible for us to rest, to feel relaxed. And so that's going to be one of the things you can work on in this situation. And if you're constantly seeing angel numbers, and how would I put this? So hopefully, Elizabeth, that makes sense and that gives you some guidance. I do feel like you have society's fear inside of you. It's not an actual spiritual kind of fear or anything that way, but it's like a society's fear that's inside of you. And once we learn how to untangle ourselves from that, we're going to have growth in that direction. And bittersweet revenge, if you're seeing angel numbers and you're doing that, can be for a couple reasons. One of them is you're looking for them subconsciously, right? I'm just going to put that one out there as well. But another thing can be that something can happen, right? Something can be coming up for you. But for me personally, the numbers are interesting. The numbers are interesting, but how do you feel when you see the numbers? Feeling is going to mean a lot more than what you're seeing. If you look at the numbers, you feel excited, something maybe could be happening. But if it's damn near constant, sometimes subconsciously we can be looking for it, right? Like, for instance, every night, and this is a weird example. Every night, my dog doesn't wear a watch on her wrist. As far as I know, she's just au naturel with this, right? So my dog knows when to wait for someone to come home or when to have these things happen. Sometimes we can have like a subconscious cue that we need to look at the clock or that we need to have these things happen. I've had it happen myself. Sometimes it can be spiritual, it can mean something, but if we're looking for meaning in everything in that kind of way, I feel like we're missing the point, because a lot of times Spirit speaks to us in much more mundane ways than angel numbers. Like in very mundane ways. So we can feel things from Spirit. We can have things happen from Spirit. Angel numbers are good, but to me they can be a little distracting compared to what can be going on there. So it does, and unfortunately I think you're right, I do. Yes, it is workable. It is workable, Elizabeth. It's not a death sentence. It's just something that you need to work on, and that's something that you can definitely do. And I would say, if it's something, I'll say this right now. If angel numbers comfort you, then by all means pursue it. Like, if it's something you're passionate about, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I don't. I just feel like sometimes people get caught up in being like, I saw 333 times today, and it's just, I feel like there's other things we can focus on. Elizabeth says, how much do you charge to get messages from a passed on loved one if you offer that service? So Elizabeth, right now, I'm going to be taking a class on how to develop my skills further, psychic, mediumship, and stuff like that. Most of the times, for whatever reason, I can get messages when I do that, but I don't know if I would feel comfortable charging for just a mediumship reading. If you'd want to do something else, and then we could try to do a mediumship part of it, that would be something I'd feel more comfortable doing, and we could try to see if I could get something. But I would want to do the we could do like a healing, or we could do a different kind of reading, and then see if we can do some mediumship on top of that. But yeah, I'm still learning, right? And I'm not quite there yet, but I might be able to offer it. It really depends on the circumstances. So I know that's kind of confusing. So, but yeah, I do feel it's too much. I don't know what to do with it. Kind of ignore it. Yeah, and the angel numbers, that's the funny thing, is that you can observe them or you cannot observe them, and it doesn't really matter either way. It's kind of like, if it makes you excited, it makes you feel good, great. But just because you see 333 doesn't mean you get $1 million. It's kind of one of those things. It's like it's kind of, again, if it makes you feel comfortable. If you believe in it, it makes you feel comfortable, that's great. But that's how I see it personally, is it's kind of like, yeah, oh, hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Okay, so give me just a second, Elizabeth, and I will come in here and we'll talk about past lives. This is interesting. This is interesting. All of it's interesting. I'll never say it's not interesting. And that's interesting. So give me just a second. I'll be back. Alright everyone, I'm back. We're going to be talking about past lives and what I think about them. Okay. I think I could pass as a Scottish person. Just for a little bit. Just for a little bit. Haggis and skirts. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so what's my viewpoint on past lives? Okay. Blossom, I would be insulted if you weren't at it at this point. You come on here, it's like clockwork. I would love to do a reading for you. Chantel can add you there. But, so here's what I think about past lives. And this is going to sound super confusing. So if it sounds too confusing, I'm sorry. But this is what I think. You stayed in Scotland for 3 months. Ooh. I would imagine that would be kind of fun. I went to Ireland. Like 10 years ago, and that's a long time. And I did not, for the first couple days, I could not understand anything that anyone said. Not a damn word. You just nod your head and smile. Maybe it was the jet lag. Maybe I just wasn't smart enough to get it, but I did not understand a damn word anyone was saying for at least 2 days. And you'd say, can you repeat that? And then it would be the same thing. You didn't hear it. And the second or third time you say, can you repeat that? Eventually you just like smile and laugh. You kind of get the context of what they said, and then you just are like, oh, yeah, of course. Anyway. So here's what I think about past lives. Time on this level of physical reality is linear. Time on this level of physical reality is linear, meaning that there's past, present, future. Okay? So past lives, from our perspective, being in the physical world, yes, I believe past lives exist. That's not something I'd argue with. I do believe past lives exist, but I also believe future lives exist. I also believe integral lives, parallel lives exist. At the exact same time that we're living, we're talking, we're doing something, I believe there's multiple versions of ourselves somewhere out there in the universe also doing things, right? The universe wants to experience itself in all possibilities, ways, and formats. And so I think given how expansive and big the universe is, parallel universes, things like that, I feel like we're kind of doing a lot all at once. Even the choices that we feel like we didn't make in some other parallel universe, we've made those choices. I loved it. I touched Stonehenge on the winter solstice at the pagan festival they held there. I took a bus for $7 to Stonehenge. It was so uncomfortable, but worth it. That's awesome. That's really cool. I like that. And I'll also say this. Oh, hey, Padma. I don't know. Probably just going to watch the balls drop. I think that's what you say, right? On TV, you watch the balls drop. Yeah. No, I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do. Probably just have a quiet evening. Yes. I'll say this too, Elizabeth. So, when it comes to past lives and things like that, I do believe that each and every one of us has had multiple past lives. But I talk to people who have this kind of elitist attitude, okay? I was Cleopatra in a past life, they'll say to me. And I'll look at them and I'll be like, no, you were a turd farmer. And that's okay. Not everyone's going to be Cleopatra. It doesn't matter. People use spirituality in that kind of context, and they use it to be like an elitist. They use it to be a snob in some way. A psychic told me I was this in a past life. I was a king, I was a queen. Probably you were at some point in time, but probably somebody else was as well. Everyone else was at some point. So to be like, you're this, you're that, some people use it to boost their own egos. I do believe in past lives. I don't believe it when people use it to feel superior to other people. Okay, that's where I kind of draw the line. Unfortunately, Elizabeth, I have to. I have met some people like that many times. And I tell you, it grates on the gears to hear. Absolutely, it grinds my gears, and that's gonna be what I believe on past lives. But I do believe in future lives. I think after we no longer have a physical body, that time happens simultaneously all the time everywhere. I think in this physical body, the way our minds work and stuff like that, we can't comprehend time the way that it actually is. And so I feel like in the spirit world, everything happens simultaneously at the same time, but on like a quantum level. You can understand past, present, future happening all at once because your consciousness isn't limited to a brain. It's like the universal mind that you're connected to. And so you can experience time differently. So in the third dimension, the way things are now, time, I do feel, operates differently. Yes, Schrodinger's cat is dead. Or is it alive? We don't know. Look in the box. Look in the box. What's in the box? A cat. Okay. So, hi, dear soul. Okay. Okay, so we'll get to you, Padma. When it's your turn, I'll let you know. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you posting your question. When it's your turn, I'll let you know. And when it's not your turn, I'll let you know. But does that make sense, guys? Hopefully it's some way, shape, or form it makes sense. If you guys don't agree with me, you don't have to. I don't give a shit. If you guys don't agree, I'm welcome to debating. Because I do not know everything. I've experienced certain things, and I believe them to be true, but I want to be able to, in the future, not completely stick with one viewpoint. I want to be able to change as time goes on, because I'm staying the same. Well, I'm an earth sign, so staying the same to me is an attractive damn proposition. But I do welcome change. I have to if I'm going to be a spiritual teacher. Yeah, so believe we were talking about that. So Elizabeth, does that help answer that question? What about like a Groundhog's Day situation? Okay, for network issues. I hear you. I hear you on that, Piscean. You feel like you've lived the same life a couple times. So I do feel like that's happened to me as well. In my opinion, okay, and this is going to sound weird again, right? I'm going to say my opinion. I'm going to say a theory that I have because I don't know. I don't know for sure. So there's something called, you have deja vu, you've lived your life, the same life over and over again, or there's like certain key points that come up. And for me, it's very mundane deja vu. I've never had deja vu where it's like, um, like super impressive, like, oh, that's amazing. No, it's a Tom and Jerry cartoon, or it's something really weird in the background. It's never anything super specific, at least for me. But I do feel like when all is said and done, and we're just kind of out there living our little soul lives. We're out there swimming in the soul ocean. We're being a little soul in the big multiversal world. What I feel like happens is that we can eventually go back and relive certain lives that we want to live. Maybe we get to make different choices in those lives. Maybe we decide we want to do something a little bit differently. But that's what I feel like we can do. We can come back and revisit them and kind of have the outcome be different. And that's true too. Either way you'd want to look at it. Precognitive dream, deja vu, it can be. There's so many ways you can interpret it. Did I drink my water? Shoot. Okay, hold on. Todd, your graphic interpretation of what I feel like you said. No, I like that. It's a little the cosmic uterus, a soul sperm. I hear you. So Elizabeth says, I really wanted to tell you the story I had. So strange. Before my cousin died, I was getting dreams about specific events about it. One was I was in a Nordstrom picking out shoes for his funeral. And I saw this lady through a mirror in the Nordstrom. And then it happened, but she was wearing a purple shirt, not a blue shirt. Okay? And so this was... You were picking out shoes for his funeral, so you had a dream where you were seeing or you were experiencing someone's death, right? Give me just a second, guys. I'm going to be right back. Post your questions. I'm going to come right back. I just need to get me something to drink. Okay. Then it happened. She was wearing a purple shirt and a blue shirt. Yeah, he died in my lap, and I had a dream about that too. This was 3 months prior to his death that I got these dreams. There are more, but I'll spare you the novel. I just know it was weird and surreal. That does happen to me a lot. I only used to have dreams about pets dying that would come true, so it was weird to have dreams about a human being. Yeah, that does sound... that does sound like it would be unnerving, to say the least. The power of prophecy is not one that a lot of people are ready to experience. Seership is what it's called. And generally speaking, seers, or seers, right? S-E-E-R-E-S. R-S-E-E-R-S. Seers, right? Or seers. They have the power of prophecy. And what this means is that they can see events before they happen. Generally, they're connected in a personal way to someone. And the best way I can summarize how it is, generally speaking, is it's kind of like this. If we have a... this right here. Give me 1 second here as I attempt to erase something. There we go. Nope. Okay, that'll work. Every time I have the dreams, I would see them through mirrors or water in the dream, but the events don't always happen exactly the same. The mirrors and the water are interesting. Mirrors are showing that it's a reflection of what's going to happen, not possibly what's going to happen. I feel like it's a parallel kind of energy versus what's going to actually happen. And water in dreams represents a subconscious, but also it's like the next closest waveform that we can have to light. Water is like liquid crystal, if you want to think of it that way. And the glass and the water are representing that. The mirror is representing that things could be obscured, because when we look through a mirror, we're only seeing a small percentage of what's going to actually happen. And the water can also show that things can be obscured, or that something could happen in an emotional way. So let me do this here, and I'll show you kind of what I'm talking about. Generally, Sears, not the place you go to shop for good home goods, but Sears, right? Prophets, I guess you could say. Generally speaking, it's kind of like this. And guys, I'm sorry about the bad drawings, but also don't be mean little shits. Don't be mean. You guys can look at my drawings and say, you're a good boy. I would appreciate that. But let's do this here, so I'll show you kind of what I'm talking about. Okay, so let's say, for the sake of argument, that we get something like this. Okay. And I always use this as a frame of reference because for me it's helped me to understand things. Okay, so let's say that you're right here, Elizabeth, and let's say, just for funsies, just for a little bit of funsies, that you're a spider. All right? Now, when I say spider, again, in real life, get the hell away from me, don't like you, creepy crawly bastard, get away. But symbolically, spiders are very fascinating, okay? And I've talked about this before. Spiders are, to me, they represent the divine feminine and the divine masculine, but in this situation, we're just going to be talking about this kind of thing right here. So I drew a cute spider on a web, okay? So imagine that you're this spider, or whatever the hell this is supposed to be. Sure, go for it, Elizabeth. If you want to pay, we can do that. So this right here, this is the spider, okay? This is the web that the spider is in. When someone passes that's close to us, it's like a fly being caught in the spider's web. How does the spider know that the fly is caught? The spider knows that the fly is caught because there's a vibration in the web. Likewise, when someone is going to die, or they have died, that makes it so that we feel the vibration of what's going to happen. And that's where the prophecy thing can kind of come in here. And I'm using a spider web as reference because generally speaking, when we're talking about prophecy, it's usually a little more personal. Some people can have it about events that haven't happened yet but will happen, but a lot of people have it about people and personal relationships, you know. I am the Pope of the Church of Spider-Man. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. It's hard to be the Pope of Spider-Man Church, but I feel like I can do it. With great power comes great repopability. Great popes think alike. I don't know. I'm not a popal person. Anyway, enough about that. So Elizabeth, let's look at your question here. And I'm going to go back and read what you were saying. But to put it in perspective, when someone's going through an event and something's about to happen, think of the spider web as having raindrops fall on it. When the spider web has raindrops fall on it, that's going to be where you can feel the vibration. It's not necessarily happening to the spider directly, but it feels what's happening to it through its web. And the web is how we're connected to different people. You know, you've heard of the World Wide Web? Well, this is a spider wide web, or a wider spider web. Anyway, it's a web. So let's look at here. So Elizabeth says, can I pay to ask a question about that? Like if you can help me see if that's an ability I have or if it's just happenstance. Okay. Because if so, I would like to develop it, or rather, in your professional opinion, could you see me being able to develop that? Yes. Okay, so this is something, Elizabeth, I don't have a ton of experience in because I'm not a prophet. I'm not someone who can do this kind of stuff. But because I know a little bit about everything in the psychic world, I feel like I know just a little bit about everything. Not a master of anything. So what I'll say is this. If we're wanting to develop these abilities, we have to look at it in a way where we're embracing it. Because if you're having these prophecy abilities and every time you have one of these dreams, it's terrifying, you know, because something's going to happen or something could come true. One of the things we could do is try and embrace it, which I know that sounds hard. That sounds like, how could I do that? But regardless of if you embrace it or not, things will happen, right? And it's not your fault. You're just seeing a possibility or a quantum outcome on an event that's yet to have happened. Sometimes it's going to come true. Sometimes it won't. But if we're scared, if we're having these dreams and things are happening and we're scared, then that's going to make it harder for us to tune into that kind of information. Secondly, if you developed the ability of lucid dreaming, that would be something that would help too. Astral projection can also help as well, but primarily lucid dreaming would be a place where you can kind of experiment with these different kinds of outcomes and try to work on that. And so we could talk about developing through different spiritual mediums, not as a medium, but like artists use different brushes to paint different things, right? But that's, well, love puppy, give it some thought. Give it some thought. This is a Lily's peanut butter chocolate. These are actually pretty good. Or a peanut butter cup. If I can't have Reese's, I can have these. Okay. Okay, so you have crazy lucid dreams. Okay, so that's good. If we can learn how to flow with that and how to roll with these lucid dreams, that's going to make it a lot easier for us. But we need to know that we're dreaming. Some of us can have that where we know we're dreaming, but we need to have a trigger in reality that kind of helps us. One of the things with lucid dreaming that I read was, and I think William Bowman, right, if I'm not mistaken, William Bowman, Graham Nichols, I think it's Graham Nichols. I need to reread those books. But they talk about having a trigger for when you know you're in a lucid dream or not. And one of those triggers is this. You take your finger, okay, and you try and poke it through your palm. If you're in a dream, textures and different things like that are very weird and they're very elasticy. And you can also have something where you're pulling your finger and if it keeps stretching further and further, you know you're dreaming. But the way we do that is in our waking life, we'll pull on our fingers or we'll do something and we'll say, is this a dream? And we need to have that be something. We pull and we say, is this a dream? Is this a dream? And then that's going to make it so that it's easier for us to know if it's a dream or not. But that's kind of a trigger. Easy E says, I have... Okay, Piscean, you need to wait your turn, okay? We'll get to you when we get to you. Ah, these are so good. Blossom, it's kind of whatever I can figure out, for the most part. So, well, we're gonna know. Here's something. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, that's good. Okay. Let me take another drink here. So how do we know if what we're seeing is prophecy or if it's our imagination? This one's an interesting one. Prophecy versus imagination. I feel like that's a debate that's gone on for a very long time because imagination is where the psychic abilities live. Right? So if we have our psychic ability, but our imagination's going wild, we can be biased with our information. So how do we know if what we're seeing is a psychic impression or if it's something that is just our imagination? One of those ways is how we feel when we've had the experience. If we wake up from a dream that we've had and we feel like there's this kind of feeling of anxiety around us and it stays with us, right? It stays with us. That can generally mean that there can be a premonition of sorts if it's like a negative kind of feeling. But if it's a positive feeling with a premonition as well, it's all about the feeling. If we focus on how we're feeling, the emotional center of ourselves, we can know then if it's going to be a prophetic kind of thing or if it's just going to be that. Okay. All right. So maybe Piscean can post a little bit less. That would be nice. Okay, so like you just know, and that makes, for me, it is always about the feeling around it perfectly. No, you're good. You're perfect. You're not clogging up the feed. You're not, whatever that means, clogging up the feed. No, you're good. You're a Gemini, you like to talk. I'm a Taurus, I like to listen. I'll fall asleep sometimes, but I do like to listen. No, seriously, you're good. If I can help in any way with the way my guides work and the way I've worked with different things, and the fact that I am a nerd, a huge nerd when it comes to anything spiritual, and getting down to the real tiny nitty-gritty details, if I can help in that way, then by all means, that's good. That's where I was going with that. So I would say if it's something where, if you want to develop claircognizance, right? If we want to develop claircognizance, Elizabeth, because that's kind of what you're talking about too. The prophecy, you said, I just know, how you describe yourself as a person, that's going to show you where your clairs are. A lot of people say, I heard you said this, or I see you said this. Depending on how we speak, that can actually be a way that we can define what our clairs are. Because a lot of us are more inclined to say, I feel this way about this. I think this about that. I see your point. I hear what you're saying. And I know that sounds kind of weird, but a lot of us have our clairs, and our clairs come from kind of how we speak about ourselves. We can find out where our best clairs are. Okay. Are you able to tap into my energy and see where I might need to strengthen my core okay. Are you able to tap into my energy and see where I might need to strengthen my core, so to speak, to help it flow more? I think we could do that. I think we could do that. Okay, we have... Awesome, thank you, Priscilla. Oh, that's a big brush. No. I'll put you on the list here, Priscilla. We're just gonna do this for Elizabeth here, and then you're up next, okay, Priscilla? Thank you, thank you. Okay. I think we could do that though, Elizabeth. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Your clearance is at the mall. Hey, I hear you. I hear you on that. My yeah, some days I have a difficult time with any of my clears, I'll tell you that right now. You're gonna have to be patient, Pisces, and I'll let you know. Okay? I understand the internet can be kind of shaky for you. But I would like it if you would kind of simmer down a little bit, chill a little bit. Just a teeny bit. Okay, so let me see what I can find out, Elizabeth, and go from there. And then, like I said, Priscilla, we'll do your reading after I do Elizabeth's here. But I'm just going to see what I can feel spiritual-wise. It's always interesting connecting with you, Elizabeth, so I'll let you know when you should post, okay? Piscean? Padma, Piscean, I'll let you know when you can post. Okay, I'm letting you know. I will tell you when you can post. When I call on your name, then we can go from there, okay? Okay, so let's see what we can find here for Elizabeth. So obviously it's okay if I connect with your energy, right, Elizabeth? I mean, you're asking me to. Assume it's okay. So let's see what we can come up with here. All right. So I'm taking my pen, my Apple Pencil, right? I'm drawing on this, and when I'm doing psychic readings or I'm doing something like this, I do this, I scribble, and then a lot of times and I'm focusing on this right now, so I'm probably not going to get too much. But a lot of times, focus, get up there. A lot of times I'll use this and the vibration of the pen scratching on the paper surface, whatever it happens to be, helps me to get information. A lot of other psychics use it too, and for me it helps me to understand the information a little bit. One of the things I'm seeing with Elizabeth is the energy of the praying mantis, which is interesting, right? Because praying mantises are interesting for a few reasons, but the way I see a praying mantis is that it's like this bug that's so different from all the other kinds of bugs. It's like the centaur of bugs, if you guys understand what I'm saying, because they look interesting. They're very... Okay, I'll shut up now. Anyway, the praying mantis is what I'm seeing, that kind of energy as I'm focusing on what you're talking with. So it can feel sometimes, Elizabeth, that you're afraid to let your light shine because of what others might think. In a way of like, if you let yourself fully go into your spiritual gifts, maybe you wouldn't be able to come back to a sense of normalcy. I could see that as being something. But primarily the core that we're talking about here, I'm going to feel a little bit more. So give me just a second here. Cindy, Miriam Amar says, Cindy Kaza does automatic writing. It's okay, it's not automatic writing, right? Because that would imply that I'm in a trance of some sort and I'm doing that. I'm fully conscious during this. That's cool though that she does that. I'm not doing the same thing. I'm just scribbling. My hand isn't moving by itself or on its own. So, primarily though, what I'm seeing here, Elizabeth, is it feels like there's something about the divine feminine and needing to accept that role. I'm wondering if that's something that maybe we're no, Miriam, you're fine. You're fine. You're good. I'm just saying I don't do the automatic writing. Oh, awesome. Thank you, Mariah. Appreciate that. I'm trying my best here. So primarily, there's something about it, having struggles accepting the divine feminine is what I'm feeling when I'm focusing on you, and my heart hurts is something that I'm feeling. Meaning, sorry, that sounded a little aggressive. Meaning that I feel like it's hard to come to terms with the sense of power or the sense of it's always interesting when I get a message and I'm trying to give it and I don't have the words to explain what it is I'm trying to say, because I'm trying to think of, okay, yes, I do find that comes from me being wary of making sure my mental health doesn't mess with my spirituality, if that makes sense. I find I use logic as my crutch sometimes. That's good. That logic, though, can only take us so far. Logic takes us to the door, but intuition is the key. So logic takes us to where we need to be, but intuition is the other part. Does that make sense? The best way I could describe it is that if we have been someone who relies way too much on the intellectual or the logic side of it, generally speaking, we're going to be claircognizant, which means we have instant knowing, because we use logic and we use that as our way of thinking. What this can mean also is that it's very, very difficult for us to be intuitive at times because we are logic-based. And what does logic say? Psychic ability is bullshit. This over here, I believe in science. Logic tends to think of logical things. Spiritual abilities that I'm talking about here are not logical in the slightest. The way you get information, the way you can understand something, the way you can speak to other entities, spirits, things, whatever you'd want to call it, that's not logical. Okay, you're not going to hear Dr. Oz talking about this. Not that that matters, anyway, you guys know what I'm saying. Okay. Yeah, I'm scared of my power, but I often wonder if it is something outside of me that I'm perceiving that is scared of the light and not myself. It's an interesting concept. It sounds like we have an Inception situation going on, Elizabeth. I don't know if you guys have seen the movie Inception. It's a good movie. There is a fear, the fear of the power. It's not... I used to have this. I used to have a fear of the Dr. Oz, and you have the same birthday. Okay, well, he can leave and you can stay there. You have permission. You can change some birthdays here, but what I'm seeing here is going to be that we need to focus on allowing ourselves to become whatever it is we're going to become and not question the journey as much. Not saying that you should just blindly accept it and go into the fire, but we need to let our guard down a little bit, and we need to understand that even those people, situations, events have happened in our lives that have been painful. They've been hard for us to experience. Spirit doesn't work on that same level of hurt that we've learned from. We need to learn to let go and to be trusting. And it's not necessarily a fear of the light. That's not what I'm talking about, because that implies that we're comfortable in the darkness, which is good. We want to be comfortable in our darkness, in our own darkness in the soul. We want to be comfortable with that. But it's not necessarily a fear of light. I feel like it's the fear of success, and I've talked about this many times, both on the channel and to my therapist, so I have a little experience here. The fear of success is identical to the fear of failure in a lot of ways. And the fear of success and the fear of failure stems from the fear of change. It stems from things being different and us feeling like we cannot cope. When things are different, we feel like we're not in control. When we feel like we're not in control of our environment or our situation, it's hard for us to keep going. It's hard for us to keep doing new things because it can be scary. We want to have control. But spiritual abilities happen when we let go of control. Okay, all right. So spiritual abilities happen when we let go of control and we allow, and Jesus to take the wheel, so to speak, if you know what I mean. But in this situation, we allow spirit to take over. We allow spirit to happen. And the deeper we go into the spiritual world, the more spirit plays a part. Weird as that sounds, right? The deeper spiritually we get, the more spirit plays a part. Bizarre, I know. But that's what I'm talking about. The deeper we go into this journey with mediumship, with psychic ability, with any of these kinds of things, eventually it's not us doing it anymore. And a lot of people that do trance mediumship, right? A lot of people that do trance mediumship, that's where the medium closes their eyes and they take their consciousness and they shift it off to the left or the right side, right? And I'm using this as an example. And then a spirit comes in and they speak through the medium, okay? And generally speaking, when we're talking about trance mediumship, we're talking about very evidential readings that the person is getting. The spirit comes in and the medium will take on the mannerisms of the spirit that had passed on. The way they talked, their mannerisms, the way they would look at things and stuff like that. There's a sense of that. And the person that's sitting across from the trance medium can feel the energy of that person when they were alive, kind of a feeling. What I'm trying to say is this: in that situation, the trance medium, the medium in that situation isn't doing anything. The only thing they're doing is they're allowing themselves to let go so the spirit can come in and communicate. They're not doing anything in that process, just letting go. And that's the hardest thing, because in the Western society, what we live in now, we've been told that you have to try so damn hard to just eat at the end of the day. You have to try so damn hard to just do something minor, something tiny. And then the spirit world's like, you don't have to try at all. It's great. But it's hard for us to let go of that. We think that's what we want, but when push comes to shove, it's hard for us to let go of the fact of control. That takes time. Hopefully I didn't go on too much of a rant there. I have the huge need for control in my emotional life, but I've been chipping away at it, yet I still find it scary. I've accepted I'm going to feel the way I feel, but I can still move forward. So that's good. That's good that you've accepted. It's a process. It's a huge process, but if we're wanting to develop seership, prophecy abilities, stuff like that, specifically seership, I know of Colin Bates is someone that I would recommend. He's very, very kind. The way he teaches, he would be a good teacher. He would be someone that could help, because he's a medium in a pretty big way, and you can look him up on Facebook, Colin Bates. I really like his energy. He helped me develop my class that I was teaching. He helped me develop a little bit of my class that I was teaching, and one of these days I'll show you guys the slides and the stuff that I have for the classes that I teach. But I'm still learning myself, and I want to make sure I understand what it is I'm teaching to the level that I would feel comfortable with. So I'm going to hold off on doing that just for a little while, just a teeny bit. Does that help answer your question though, Elizabeth? I do feel like you have the ability, but I want you to focus on one thing at a time. I want you to focus on one thing at a time, because what can happen is, if we have a bunch of spiritual gifts, which I feel like you do, we can focus on, oh, that's awesome, shiny, shiny, shiny. What I'm saying is that if we're not focused on one gift, and we're just kind of shotgunning the approach and we're focusing on everything at once, we're going to burn out and we're not going to develop anything, because we're putting our attention here, 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 and here. We can't develop that way. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. So the praying mantis, okay, the praying mantis is interesting, again. So the praying mantis does this thing where it doesn't have to really turn to look at things. It can like move its head and it can turn and it can look wherever it needs to look. But the praying mantis is something that it kind of waits. It expects things to come to it. It's in that kind of realm, in that kind of world. And so as long as you can be in that place of expecting things to happen, and then when they do, taking them graciously, that's going to be good. That's going to be a good place for you to be. But right now you're in a place where you're waiting, and that's okay. A lot of this spiritual journey, a lot of it, this is the funny part, a lot of it is waiting. A lot of it is the universe testing your patience. And it will test it. It will definitely test it. But I do believe you're more than capable of passing that test. So hopefully, again, Elizabeth, that helps to answer that question. And I'm going to move on here to Priscilla. Feel free to post some more stuff here. But Priscilla, what would be your question, my friend? And thank you for donating. I appreciate that, guys. I spend a little extra time on spiritually related questions that are paid for because I love those. You're going to find how patient you can be. You're very welcome, Elizabeth. Very, very welcome, my friend. All right. Let me take a sippity sip here. You too. You too. You're good. You're good, Amira. You haven't missed your turn quite yet. We still have some readings to do here. I've just been focusing on the paid list, so the free readings the free readings are coming up. But Priscilla, if you're there, ask your question, my friend. And if you're not, I'll make one up for you. Let's see. I'm trying to blank here. I remember, Priscilla, I remember. I had a chance, we spoke a couple weeks ago. Since then, a spark has been lit inside me. But my question is, I feel called to write a book, a spiritual book of sorts. My gut says to go for it, but that damn gut gets into everything. But logic laughs at me. Okay, so we need to focus on, there's actually a few things, right? So, hey buddy, you okay? No. Can you give me insight into that? So let's look at that. Let's look at that, Priscilla, and see what we can kind of go into. That spark. It's funny that you mentioned the spark and then you mentioned the gut. And the reason why I say that is because the solar... You okay there, bud? You doing okay? All right. Like I said, it's funny you mentioned the spark because the solar plexus is our spiritual center, right? It's where mediumship comes from. It's where a bunch of different abilities come from. And we're talking about that. And it deals with fire. It deals with the spike. It deals with purpose. It deals with desire is what that deals with. And so I think that's interesting that you're having this kind of inspiration come through. And I would say the best thing we can do in that situation, and I can draw some cards here. The best thing we can do in that situation is to start writing. Just to start writing and see where it goes. A lot of times, I read something once that was basically like this. I believe anyone can be a writer. I believe anyone can do anything they want to do, but they have to practice at it. A lot of times what will happen is we have a vision in our head, and maybe we've never been writing before. Maybe we're not a good writer, or we feel like we're not a good writer, and sorry about that. We get this idea of a book, of something we want to do, something we want to write. And then when we sit down and we try to do it, we try to actuate the idea, we try to actualize whatever it is we're trying to perceive, we realize we can't do it in that point in time. And then we get really down on ourselves and we get hard on ourselves and we say how stupid we were to even try in the first place. Okay, that's issues from the past that need to be resolved. We need to focus on self-love in those instances because we're never going to do something right the first time, especially if it's something we haven't done before. Even if it's something we've done before, it's good to give ourselves some grace to say, you know what, I'm going to try this, I'm going to practice. The best thing you can do in this situation is to just allow yourself to write, no matter what it is. It can be about this book, it can be about anything, but if you get that energy flowing and you start writing more and more, talk about experiences that you've had, talk about the spiritual nature of whatever it is you're trying to identify, get inspired by reading other people's stuff on spiritual subjects. That's going to help you with your own journey. But it sounds to me like there's this person inside of you. There's one part of you, Priscilla, that says, I want to do it, I want to go for it. I want to get into the mess of life and I want to go for it. But then there's another part of you that is kind of like this prideful part, and it's saying, I'm not going to do it if I can't be perfect at it. I don't want to be humiliated, I don't want to be laughed at, so I'm just going to stay off on the wayside and say I'm not even going to try. Because if I tried and failed, that would be the worst thing. Right? Here's the interesting thing though. If you try and fail, you tried. That speaks so much more. That speaks so much more to me than someone who just let it pass them by. You have an idea, you have this inspiration, and if you're just going to let it pass you by, that's your call, right? But I understand that there can be these perfectionistic, okay, those attitudes. So Priscilla, tell me if what I'm saying is resonating. Resonating. Let me do some stuff here. Hopefully what I was saying was making sense, because... Okay. So we have to put ourselves in a position where we're humble enough to start, right? Exactly, like Maria said, you wouldn't know if you don't try, but also we have to give ourselves a grace period. Okay, when I started doing, I'll give you an example, because I love to talk, especially about myself. Okay, I'll give you an example. When I wanted to start doing mediumship and psychic readings, at first I was really good at it. I was really, really good at it. Spirit was giving me a sneak peek of what the hell's going on. Over time, though, Spirit started to pull away from my process, and I realized I had to put a little more work into getting the information. So what ended up happening was that I would keep trying in these situations, and I got humbled many, many times. The worst thing that a psychic can hear is no. I'll tell you that right now. But each time that I heard no, eventually it got to a point where at least I'm trying. At least I'm doing it. And I couldn't beat myself up anymore when I said, you know what though? I'm putting myself out there. I'm trying. And this year alone, I've put myself out there and I've tried and I've gotten kicked in the teeth, but I'm still going to keep going. Not with this channel. Hey Gabe, how's it going? Not with this channel, but with other things. I tried starting physical classes here in my town. That did not go well. Yes, it is, Gabe. It's still open. I'm spending some time here talking about this, but whatever it is, Priscilla, that you're wanting to go after, it's up to you to go after it. I've had a lot of ideas that I wish I went after. I wish I have the balls, but they need to be bigger, right? And so that's something that I feel like is pretty important moving forward, is that we need to understand where we're coming from, what it is we're wanting to do. And if you have this idea and you're feeling inspired, that's Spirit telling you that there's something there, right? And so I would say, Priscilla, that go for it. Don't expect anything from it, though. As soon as we start putting expectations and desires on what it is we're doing, we're going to ruin the part that feels like it's the fun part. I want you to start writing. I want you to start doing this, but in a fun way. In a way that's like, I'm just going to try. I'm just going to see what's going on. Okay. What doesn't... Let's see. Don't take it makes you stronger. Go for your dreams. Don't waste it over fear. Yes. But then it becomes kind of a whole thing. Basically, jump in and let yourself experience it. A really good writer is going to be someone that is kind of immersed in the topic that they're going to be talking about. So if you're going to be writing about lifestyles or something like that, okay, what doesn't take you out makes you stronger. Okay, that I understand. Before, I didn't quite get it. I was thinking what doesn't... Anyway. But Priscilla, hopefully that makes some sense. Just put yourself out there and try. That's going to be the best thing you can do. If this is something you really want to do, you have to allow yourself to be humble and allow yourself to be in a learning phase, and let yourself be there. Let yourself be uncomfortable. Let yourself be comfortable with being uncomfortable, because that's the only way you're going to grow. And if you want to be a writer or someone that's in the creative field, you have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. That's what makes a great writer, a great spiritual person, you know? Does that help answer your question, Priscilla?
That's too many people.
It's too many people, guys.
It's supposed to be snowing like son of a bitch.
I hope that helps. I hope that gives you something to go after. I've wanted to write a book too, and I will. I'll write my book. I'm trying to get a little more experience. For me personally, before I put myself out there, but if you have a spiritual idea, write. Just write. Okay, perfect. Stephen King talks about that too. How does Stephen King write? What does he do? And he says what he does is he sits down and he just writes. He says the first 30 minutes when he sits down to write, he says it can be absolute garbage, but it gets his juices flowing. And that helps you more than anything. And so I feel like if we put ourselves out there, we let ourselves understand what's going on, that's going to help us. Awesome. See, that's good. You've been writing songs and short stories. That's good. And what we can do is when we're feeling inspired, we can write. But then what happens is when we're not feeling inspired, we won't write. So I would say this, have a mental habit of, even on days when we're not feeling like we can write or we're not feeling like we can do it, try and do it anyway. Try and see what can come up from there, because that's another thing with writing or with being creative, is that a lot of people will only do it when they're feeling inspired. Eventually you have to do it even on days where it doesn't feel inspired. A lot of times, especially when we're writing about spiritual subjects, when we're feeling raw, vulnerable, irritated, that gives you context to a spiritual subject, because what are we talking about? A lot of spirituality, a lot of those concepts, we talk about stoicism, like mastery of the emotions, mastery of, like if we're feeling irritated and annoyed, that adds flavor to a story, doesn't it? I would not want to read a spiritual book. Sure, quick general reading. I can see what we can come up with. Let's do this. Let's do these cards here. We're going to use these cards. Quick general reading for Priscilla. Let's see what we can do here. Let's do this. Let's do, for you, Priscilla, we'll do the issue that you're currently experiencing, the solution, and then the outcome. So the issue, the solution, and then the outcome. You're very welcome, Priscilla. I appreciate you coming on here and helping to support the channel. So the issue, the solution, and the outcome. Let's do those three cards here. All right. The issue, the solution, and the outcome. So the issue, the solution, the outcome. That's interesting. So the issue, we get the Five of Swords in reverse. Okay? Look at this person here and how they're walking and they're balancing on swords and they're carrying the swords. Okay? Five of Swords is a card where, yeah, mentally things are going on in our head. It's very difficult for us. This being in reverse, though, it's telling me that we're coming to grips with something. Mentally in our environment, we're coming to grips with it. I feel like this is an issue. What you're talking about definitely is an issue, but it feels like you've made some progress in some other parts of your life, maybe with your way of thinking or the way that you do things. Maybe confidence is starting to build up, which is which is a really good sign. Obviously, having confidence is a really good sign. So Five of Swords in reverse is us feeling like we're becoming more balanced mentally, or we're feeling like we can have room to be balanced. Maybe things are happening in our life where we feel like it's okay for us to let our guard down a little bit more, and because of that we can feel a little bit more relaxed. So with us wanting to develop confidence, and I feel like we're starting to get there, okay? Because for you to come on here and say, I want to do this, I want to do that, that to me is showing that there's desire and there's purpose. You're putting yourself out there, you're attempting to do something. That's hard to do. That is very hard to do. But you're doing it. So the solution here to developing more confidence, to having this, we get the Star card in reverse. Okay? The way I would read this in this situation, the Star card upright is hoping, right? Sorry about that. That kind of glitched out there. The Star card upright is hoping for something. The Star card in reverse is going to be, I want you to quit hoping and I want you to start doing. Hoping is great, but at some point, we need to take things into our own hands and we need to start doing things. We need to start, like I said, actualizing, doing what it is that we need to do. And that can be baby steps. Maybe taking a creative writing course, doing something where we're focusing on the creative world and allowing it to come to us on a daily basis is going to help us to feel inspired, and that's going to help us to keep going. So I feel like we need to put ourselves in a position where we're not just thinking about it, we're starting to do it. Whatever that looks like, it doesn't matter as much, but we need to start to do it. We need to start to kind of put ourselves in that world and kind of put ourselves in an engrossing way into the writing, right? In my opinion, a good writer leaves a little bit of themselves in what they're writing. You're speaking from experience, or you can be an intuitive writer where you're speaking from someone else's experience or from a spirit's experience. When we're feeling inspired, we're feeling inspirited. We're feeling spirit, right? That's why we feel inspired, is because of spirit. And then we have the Devil card here as the outcome. That's funny, right? The Devil card is the outcome. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean Lucifer is going to knock on your door and ask for your soul. No. In this situation, it means that we need to work. If we do these steps, we're going to develop a work ethic. We're going to develop something where I feel like it's going to be harder for us to convince ourselves that we're not good at this. But we need to put in the time and we need to put in the effort. Because you have the talent. I'm not seeing here anything that says you don't have the talent, but we doubt. And that's going to be the one thing that's going to stop you more than anything, is the doubt. Once we step over that doubt, you may have to pull yourself back from working too much, because the Devil card can be something where it's just very, very like workaholic, mental kind of a thing. So it could be something that once you start, maybe you get very engrossed in it. That's a good thing. It's a good thing to be engrossed, but it's also good to take breaks. So basically what I'm seeing here is that we need to quit hoping and we need to start doing. We need to quit fantasizing and we need to start doing it. And another thing too, and I'm just going to throw this out there, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but something that kills a dream faster than anything else is when we tell people about our dream, about what it is that we want to do. In a lot of ways, I've been guilty of this, maybe you guys can chime in here. In a lot of ways, when we tell people what it is that we want to do, and then they give us the encouragement, or they say whatever it is, our brain is fixated on dopamine. It gets that rush, and then we don't do the thing that we say that we were going to do because we already see what it was like to experience that. So I would say keep your dreams to yourself at this point in time. Don't let other people in on them as much unless they're trusted people. and just allow yourself to experience this in as organic of a way as possible. And what that means is that you just allow yourself to have fun with it. Have fun with it, flow with it. And that's what I'm seeing there. So hopefully that makes sense. So Piscean, I'm reading Priscilla right now. The paid readings get priority, and so I'm just giving her a little reading here. All right. So Chantel, do you have a list of everybody? You're very, very welcome, Priscilla. Very welcome. Thank you so much for coming on the channel. I appreciate that. I appreciate that immensely. I'm gonna go grab my charger. You guys stay right there. Don't move. Act like you're tied up. Act like you're tied up. You're just sitting here. You're watching me. You're being forced to watch me. I'll be back. I'll be back. Let's see what we can do here. Let's charge this up. Okay. Come on now. Give me just a second, guys. Hold on. Okay. Come on. All right. Wait a minute. Why did I... Okay, let's do this. Okay, there we go. Oh, that'll work. All right. I'm back, much to the dismay of all of you. I did return. Awesome Blossom. I hate the way that sounds. It's always unintentional. Always unintentional, but Awesome Blossom, you're learning and yearning. Whatever that means. Okay, so we have a list here. So, Bittersweet Revenge, are you still there? And then we have... You're very welcome. You're very welcome, Blossom. You're good. You're good, Amira. Don't worry about it. You're good. Bittersweet Revenge, are you there? You're okay. Guys, I promise you, if I bite, I nibble. I don't bite very hard. Little nibbles every now and again. Okay, Mariah Gold Sunflower, are you there? We got a little caught up in the paid readings, and well, it was nice. It was nice. I do enjoy doing paid readings. I get to do a little more detailed work. I get to investigate a little bit more into the paid readings. Mariah, are you there? You've been waiting patiently. I hope you're still there. That's a face, isn't it? Ooh, I'd be a really sinister villain, guys. If the lighting changes just slightly, I will, I'll look like I'd eat you. It's not a good thing. Okay, I guess we're moving on here. So, Haley White, are you there? I wish I could see this a little bit better. Hold on a second here. Let's see if we can... Okay, Liliana Pereira, are you there? Oh, there we go. Okay, Mariah is here. These readings can also be life information for us that we are here tonight. Wherever you're at this moment. I feel like I get to learn too. Sometimes I feel like Spirit speaks through me and I get to learn a little bit as well. It ain't just me. It isn't just me talking. Spirit does come on here sometimes, and I'm just along for the ride. So that is definitely how it goes. But you asked your question, Mariah. You've been very patient, and I appreciate that. Okay, so is anyone here? I could be going out on a limb here while we're waiting for Mariah to ask her question. Is anyone here into animes at all? Anime or I mean, I guess we could talk about like anime, superhero movies, you know, that kind of thing. I'm just curious. Okay. I've been watching, rewatching the Naruto series. Need to get back on that again. It starts getting really good. It starts getting really good in the second half. Okay, here we go. And Todd says he is. What do you watch, Todd? And then I'm going to address Mariah's question here. So, or Maria. I've probably been saying it wrong this whole damn time. You guys let me know what animes you guys watch, and we can go from there. Easy417 says not too much. I've never heard of that anime. I'm going to have to see that one. So, what do my spirit guides want me to know and angels, spirit guides and angels, want me to know or understand about myself or journey? Thanks. Okay. These are the fun ones. Can you see my W? I'm hoping you can't see mine. Just going to throw that out there. Yes, I can see your question. Okay, let's see what we can come up with here. Maybe I stepped into the arena of anime where I'm not knowing. Easy says that you're not too much into it. That's okay. That's okay. Different people like the different things. No, you're down the list a little bit, Piscean. I'll let you know. Okay, so yes, your question's showing up. I got your question, Maria. What do your spirit guides want you to know, and angels, about yourself or journey? Okay, let's see what we can do here. That's funny. The one card I get is the Temple Path. So the Temple Path, Maria, this is an interesting one. You guys could put clips of me saying interesting, and it would be like an hour long of all the times I've said it. The Temple Path, though, is a card of balance. I view the Temple Path like the Temperance card. Okay? For those of you, Temperance it's kind of like combining two things and understanding it from both perspectives. Okay? And when we combine two things, generally it creates a new thing. So I feel like we're in a part of our lives now, Maria, where we're integrating the shadow side and we're working through, I'm almost seeing it like working through ones and zeros, the binary that we're talking about here. And we're working through one extreme so that we can understand something else. So we could be having shifts in our life that feel intense, that feel like they're hard for us to understand. But from those kind of situations, I definitely feel like we're getting something out of it. I feel like we're getting to learn something. Okay? And I've said this before. We live in a dualistic reality. We live in a reality where the only way humans learn is by contrast to something else. I'll explain the balance part. The only way humans learn is by learning through contrast of something else. We know hot from cold, white from black, dark from light. We know these things because there's something else that is opposing, that's contrasting it, good from bad, quote unquote, because that to me is subjective. But so the balance part is going to be us integrating the shadow side with who we are now. So I feel like this next year, 2022, we could be looking at integrating the self, focusing on allowing our inner child to start to be healed. If there's events that have happened in our life where there's trauma, or there's certain things or certain issues that we have, then I feel like this next year is going to be a year where we're focusing on helping ourselves heal. So this can be reading books, learning about what's going on exactly. A lot of people, they don't like talking about the trauma part of the spiritual journey, but that's a huge part of the journey. That's a huge, huge part that we need to understand what's going on. Yes, so child trauma. Once we understand what's going on from that perspective, it applies to everything else in our life. The way I view it is kind of like this. People that haven't healed their childhood traumas, okay? People who haven't healed their childhood traumas, they stay stuck in that way of thinking forever. So let's say someone had childhood trauma when they were 5 and they didn't really heal from that. They're going to stay like they're 5 years old forever. You people, I think you guys know what I'm talking about. Dealing with those narcissistic 5-year-old people that throw temper tantrums and they're in their 50s and 60s possibly. That's what I'm talking about. People that get hurt at a very young age, they don't know what to do with that. And so they become these bitter, mean, horrible people. But for those of us who can learn and who can process and work through the traumas, we're going to actually have a lot more balance coming into our lives. We need to be able to embrace ourselves at all points and times of our existence. Well, that means it's hitting something, right? Maria, that means it's working. It's hitting on something. But we need to be on the journey where there's the little us, the present us, and then there's the future us. And all of us are walking down that path. All versions of ourselves are walking down this path. And the more that we get to know our childhood self, the more we're going to be able to embrace our future self. And what that means is that we're going to be able to focus on allowing things to happen in our life instead of trying to control everything, right? Trauma puts us in a place where we want to control everything that's around us. And we think that anything that isn't in our control is dangerous. Once we start healing from our trauma, we can start healing in a huge way where we can allow things to come to us, we can allow things to happen, and we can look at things in a way that's not so doom and gloom, right? We can look at things in a way of like, well, life happens this way sometimes, right? But a lot of it, when we're looking at trauma, we take it personally. And I know that sounds... Of course you're going to take it personally. It happened to you. It's trauma. But it can be too personal. It can be something where we view it as too big of an obstacle to heal from, or too big of an obstacle to look at, or I'm just going to be this way forever. And it's like, no, we can heal. We can focus on allowing ourselves to feel. Yes, I try to control my outcome due to child trauma. So that's good. That's good that you know that you do that. That's half the battle right there. You understand yourself well enough that you know you can do that, or that you know that you are that way. So that right there is huge. Half of the battle in this situation is not knowing that there's a battle, right? But you understand that there's something going on and you're looking into it. So that's huge. And once we start healing those wounds and we start integrating the inner child, things can happen from there. And when we're talking about the spiritual world, the inner child is huge to how we experience the spiritual world. You're not going to experience it in any major way until we've healed those childhood wounds. Once they've healed, once we've integrated, once we've understood ourselves better, then we can start to focus on other parts of life. But if we're looking at the spiritual, the childhood wounds have to be healed. Good. I'm glad it hit home. I'm glad that makes sense. The Temple Path is a good card, though. There you go. Knowing is half the battle, G.I. Joe. Yes. Yes, I really hope I didn't quote G.I. Joe. I really hope that's not where that came from, because that's a little weird. It's a spiritual channel, and here I am quoting G.I. Joe. You're very welcome. You're very welcome, Maria. Thank you for stopping by the channel and for being patient. I appreciate that tremendously. I really do. It's something that a lot of people have. Oh, tomorrow's your birthday. Awesome. Awesome. Well, Joss, just for you, I think we can do a free question. I think we can do that. So let's see, who's up next? I'm glad you're here too. I'm glad you're here too. Everyone that's on here, I want you guys to have a community. I want you guys to feel comfortable and just talking, having a good time. And of course mentioning Harry Potter in every other sentence, because that's what we do here. All right, let me see who's next on our list here. Chantel says they're into anime and manga. What ones are you into, Chantel? And the music from animes and manga are amazing. I've got some good ones. The opening theme from Ghost in the Shell. Oh, Heaven on Earth. Heaven on Earth. I do enjoy that one. Okay. All right, so Piscean, Padma Piscean, it's your turn for your question. So now it's your turn. When you say Harry Potter, but you spell it Harry as in having hair, that I don't know, that makes me feel certain things. Okay, so look 18, but you're turning 26. Well, I look 45 and I'm turning 60, so we're on the same page here. Yes, finally you get a chance. Perfect. All right. So, hi, dear soul. Does my DM Aditya Ghosh mirror me? His love message for me, number 369. You see this number most of the time. Okay. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Gabe. I'm kidding. I'm a bit of a sarcastic ass, or a sarcastic. Yeah, I'm not really turning 60. 59 again this year. Okay, so let me see what we have here. So, do they mirror you? His love message. Okay, so Padma Piscean, what do you mean by do they mirror you? Explain that to me. Just so that I can kind of understand that. Soul mirror. Okay. All right, so I will look and see. Let's see what we got here. All right. Curse of the Baby Face. Yes, the name of my rap album. Absolutely. You're 33 and look 20-something. I'm 32. I'm 32, and on some days I feel like I'm 65. As in I've fallen and I can't get up. The Medicare bracelets help me more than you guys can think. All right, let's do this here. Let's see what we got for Padma Piscean. So, are they a soul mirror? Hey there, Glitch. How you doing, bud? Let's do this here. Body-wise, you feel 75. Yes. Yes, I understand that. Bones pop. Well, at least you have bones. All mine got replaced. Just cartilage through and through. I'm not going to have a skeleton after I die. No, sir. No, sirree, bop. Yeah, my bones pop all the time. I can breathe and my back pops. Like, literally. All right, let's do this. Are they your soul mirror? You're welcome. You're welcome, Padma. Let's look here. So I'm getting this right here. Your knees. I understand. I understand that. I've got quaky bone syndrome, I think is what it's called. So my knees like to they like to make Rice Krispie noises would be the only way I could describe it. So here, Padma, is what I get. I get the cornucopia card in reverse. So this isn't a bad card necessarily. What I'm seeing here is this. I feel like there could be some difficulties with this person, but there could also be a very good outcome. So I don't know what exactly is going on, and we're only doing a one-card reading here. So I feel like there could be some difficulties with this person, but I do feel like there can be some good energy here with this person. But something's telling me it's not going to be as easy as you think it could be. I feel like there's going to be obstacles, right? You're in separation now. Okay, so that makes perfect sense. So I feel like there could be something that's coming up here that's going to be a minute, but that's what I'm seeing there. So hopefully that helps. I do feel like there could be something there, but yeah. All right. Let's take a sip of this. Who do we have next here? Like and subscribe, guys. I don't know if I've been saying that. Like and subscribe, and you can be added to the list, but you got to tell me that you liked and subscribed. I understand, Maria. Root beer calls my name, has my address, and is open for one night stands with me. So me and Root beer are a little tighter than we should be. I do know that, Gabe. I do know. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just throwing it out there. And yes, Joss, you subscribed, I'm pretty sure, a while ago. Okay, who are we on to now? Yes, one night stands with Root beer is a must. Trust me, Root beer would not have it any other way. It's called A&W because when I see it, I say, "Oh shit, it's time for Root beer." It's a horrible joke. I'm so sorry. Okay, so let's see. Nope. Okay, Prothic Shock. I'm hoping I'm saying that right. I'm probably butchering that. Prothic Shock. If you're there, let me know. And I am Amira YT, if you'd like, you can step forward here. Okay. Amira, are you there? Another Venus Aries. Yes. Probably. See, Gabe, I am Sun Pisces, have Capricorn, Venus Aries. Okay, perfect. So, all right. Would you want to ask your question, Proth? You posted. Okay, post it again. I'm not going back up there and reading it. So post it again, and we'll go from there. I've said it many times. In my chart, it's only air and earth. Hey, baby. Oh, she's looking at you guys. She's a good girl, this one right here. This is Hazel. Yes, she is. She's so cute. So what she does... Oh, she's going. What she does, and this is really funny, is we'll be downstairs, and me and my girlfriend will be downstairs, and... Yes, Todd, absolutely. But we'll be downstairs, and we'll have our feet up on the chair. And what she does is every time that she comes in the room, even when you don't see her or acknowledge her, she comes up and she headbutts your feet, like really hard. And she gets on her hind legs and goes up and headbutts your feet and then comes back down. And so she's one of the sweetest cats. She's so sweet. She's never hissed at us. She's gotten mad at Yoshi, our other cat, you know. He's kind of a bully, but very, very, very sweet cat. Very kind. Okay, so let's do this here. So Prathiksha K, would you want to post your question again? One's snuggling you right now. Yes, cats are amazing. Cats are amazing. I have two imaginary friends and one's cuddling me right now, so it's, you know, we both have something going on. My imaginary friends are a little scary at times, but we both got something. So, Prathiksha K, post your question again. I'm going to go use the men's room, okay? That's... Sounds a lot more formal than it needs to be. I'm going to go pee. So I'll be back. Everyone sit tight. Relax. And Yogit V, yeah. Yes, cat love language. And me love cat. So, yeah, cat love language. She's a toucher, a purr, you know. I'll go. Telling me to go potty sounds weird. I had my dad say that to me once. He asked me if I needed to go potty, and I haven't let it go since. I have not let it go since. I think it's hilarious when a man asks another man if they need to go potty. I'll be back. I'll be right back. All right, guys, it's official. I did indeed go potty. So let's see what we got here. All right, let's see if your current boyfriend is the one. You have a 4-year-old boy. That's okay. That's okay. I probably would just float. I probably would just float. Okay. Ah, Taurus moon. I too have experienced angry food. I'm a Taurus sun. Aquarius moon. I'm an Aquarius moon. Aquarius moon. Cold, cynical, and very eccentric. Each day I stray further and further from God's path. Anyway, let's see what we got here for Prathika. Hopefully I'm saying. Mad means I know it does. I know it does. I'm a bit of a jester when I'm on here. A bit of a madman. Okay, so we have this here. We have 9 of Swords in reverse, so that's good. I gotta look at the question again. So I get this card, Prothi. I'm just gonna call you Prothi. Helps me. I get this card. It's 9 of Swords in reverse. So I feel like there could be a connection here, but there's going to be work involved. But it does feel like there's a connection here, but you guys are going to have to work at it. So I think there's something going on there. But it feels to me like things need to be worked through. So. But I definitely see that there could be a connection there for sure. Okay, so let's do this here. Let me see who else we have. You're very welcome, my friend. Let's see, so Chantal. Amira, are you there? And Blossom. Love puppies. She means money. I need the cold, hard green stuff. I have this thing, and maybe it's just me, but I enjoy living and existing in a house with food. You know, maybe that's just how I think, but money makes the world go round. And it makes me get rounder. I get food in my belly. All right, so who did I have first? Yes, post your questions, guys. Amira and Blossom, post your questions. I'm going to see who was first on the list. Okay, so we have Amira and then Blossom. What is life without food? I'm going to say it's death. I'm going to say you die without food. That's something I've heard somewhere. Same thing, life with too much water, death. It's not good. Quite literally, food is life. I 100% agree. Will your fashion business be known like famous? Let's look. There you go. Money makes the chance grow round. Sounds about right. There you go. Energy exchange, or we could call it an offering. Give an offering to your friendly neighborhood chancer man. That would be me. So Blossoms, okay, so I'm going to address Amira's question first. Will she be famous for fashion? Let's see. Let's see what we can do here. You'll sit at the food court for hours to eat your hot pot. What is a hot pot? And how does one go about eating it? And why does it take hours? Okay, so many questions, so little time. Okay, so let's do, will the fashion business for Amira be famous? So we have attachment right here. So I feel like if we're focusing on something being famous, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the goal. I feel like if we focus on good fashion, we focus on making ourselves, and we focus on establishing a good business, that's going to be the best thing we have. But when I get the attachment card here, it could be that we're attached too much to a certain kind of outcome, where I feel like even a little success in this kind of industry would be really good. So could you be famous? I feel like there's a possibility, but I feel like it's going to be much more advantageous for you to be establishing other things, and then fame can come by proxy, right? We don't want to shoot for fame and then have it be something else. Like we want to have other things established, and then eventually we can become famous from that. So you'll ask a question tomorrow. Okay, Joss, awesome. Have a good birthday, and yeah, I should be on tomorrow, so hopefully I'm feeling a little more awake. I do feel like it's possible, though, Amira. So if you build it up, you work at it, I do feel like there could be some success there. But fame, just like anything else, you're lucky when you get famous. Honestly speaking, some people have luck and skill and talent and all that stuff, and some people are just in the right place at the right time, and they get lucky. So it really depends. Oh. There's a possibility. There's a possibility, Amira. But yeah, you would need to work on things. Fame is an interesting one, right? Because I feel like you're asking me a question that isn't necessarily up to me to read an answer for, right? Because fame is something that I could see right now, right? But it doesn't mean it's going to come true. You're asking me for a probability of an event that could happen, but there's no guarantee that it will happen. So what I was seeing is there's a possibility that it could happen, but the main thing you're going to want to do is work on your stuff first, and then, like I said, by proxy. The business, I would say, work on business relations, work on stuff like that. I'm just doing the one card reading, so that is what I would say. Work on establishing a good business, work on maintaining good relationships with customers, good relationships with advisors, or not advisors, good relationships with where you're purchasing your items from. Basically, there's a lot that goes into fashion. A lot more than, you probably know more than I do, but. So spirits are demanding and help chance, and you all sometimes it takes time to develop spirits, but practice everyone. You all are connected to source and faith. Absolutely. Absolutely. Chantel, she knows. She knows. And that, or they know. And anyway, Chantel knows that that's the way it is. And yes, working with spirits can definitely, some nights I'm okay. Some nights I'm okay. Other nights I feel pretty wiped out by the end. Let's see here. Okay, so Blossom, are you still there? Hey Eliza, how you doing? Nothing to be scared of. Nothing to be scared of in the spirit world. As long as you treat spirits with respect, that's good. That's awesome. Will you marry someone in politics? Let's look. I'm great too. I'm great too, Eliza. I remember you from, or Elisa. Is it Elisa? It's probably Elisa. I'm great too. I remember you from last night, so you're on now. So like and subscribe, you guys, to be added to the list. Okay. I feel like, so love puppies, when it comes to spirits, right, just like people, as much fun as it would be to talk to good people all the time, spirits have different agendas, the way they work, but generally speaking, as long as we're respectful and we protect ourselves, we're fine. We're absolutely fine. It's kind of like, it's sort of like if we set boundaries, right, like for instance, I'll talk to spirits, I'll invite them in if I know their intentions beforehand, if I know what's going on beforehand. Like, you wouldn't leave your front door open for anyone to just walk into off the street, right? It's that kind of same mentality. It's like, if someone wanted to get in, they could. But, yeah, if you're protected, it's good. There's nothing to fear with spirits, though. I mean, we are spirits. Are we scared of ourselves? Yes. One thing humans are good at is being scared of ourselves. And we should be. People... So may I be added to the free list? Are demons and stuff real? They're... Yeah, right. Don't let everything in. I'm going to address the politician question here. Are demons and stuff real? Entities that are... Entities can be different, but the demons and stuff that we know about, they're a little bit different. In fact, the word demon comes from the word daemon, right? D-A-E-M-O-N. And that was actually a very benevolent force. That was actually a very kind force. And then from that word derived the term demon, which turned into something that was a self-serving kind of mentality, right? It was that kind of mentality. But it actually started out being a very good word, daemon, D-A-E-M-O-N. It's kind of interesting how that works. I think it's kind of, for me personally, I think it's very egotistical to think that something like a demon or a spirit would just want to come into our lives and harass the hell out of us and get a kick out of it. To me, that seems egotistical to think that they would care enough to do something like that. That doesn't mean there's not negative forces, but it just means that I feel like if we exercise caution and we're respectful, are we always protected? Please answer. I feel like if we ask for protection, things can happen, but I don't think there's anything to be scared of, honestly. We're good, love puppies. You don't need to worry. Ask your guides for help and protection, and we're good. Just don't be disrespectful. Be someone who's open, and I think you'll be just fine. I have spirits around me all the time. They pop in, they let me know what's going on. And it's startling, but I'm also confused. Are spirits like dead people or something else? So spirits can be, you have incarnate spirits, and then you have disincarnate spirits, right? So an incarnate spirit is a spirit that once had a body, a physical body, and they don't have a physical body anymore. Or they were alive, but they're not alive anymore, if that makes sense. A disincarnate spirit was a spirit that never had a body, so you could be looking at entities, psychic entities, things like that. They never had a physical body to begin with, and so they live a kind of different life. Love puppies, we're protected. I have a feeling we're getting a little scared here, and I understand you're scared. You're protected. You're protected. Don't worry, the spirits aren't going to come out and get you. Okay? Like I said, be kind. Have respect for what it is that we do not know and understand. And as long as you follow that, you should be okay. If you go around saying things and being a jerk, I mean, that's just common sense. Don't do that. Don't do that. Be respectful. Be kind to things that we do not understand. Because we don't. We are human. We are limited in such a big way. Can I speak on sleep paralysis? Okay, hold on. Okay, so from my understanding with spirits, and then I promise, Blossom, I'm going to get to your question here. From my understanding with spirits, I feel like they're around all the time, but we're not going to be able to feel them or perceive them. If you want to think of it like, I was using an analogy yesterday where imagine that there's a fish and it's swimming in water, and then you go up to that fish and you say, hey, what do you think of the water today? And then the fish says, what water? Right? The fish is so involved in what it's doing now that it doesn't understand that it's swimming in water, that there's water around it. Likewise, spirit isn't something that presents itself until we become aware of it, and then it starts presenting itself more and more. Hopefully that makes sense. Right? And as for sleep paralysis, your body goes into sleep paralysis to make it so you don't act out your dreams, but it can be other things too. I'm sure they're fine, love puppies. I'm sure they're just fine. I'm hoping they're. I don't think that's going to be. Yes, Padma. Yes. It'll take time, but I feel like it'll happen. Okay, so I'm going to answer Blossom's question here. So give me a second. So Blossom, I feel like that's going to be a really good... I feel like that's a pretty strong possibility that you could have that. Man holding a coin. I feel like we could have a politician here. We could have someone working here. We could also have what we would call a Fabio politician, someone who is glorious beyond measure. Look at those locks right there. Okay? All right. Hey, Abi Kurto, how you doing? Fabio was I must be getting old. He was this like sex icon back in the 90s, I guess. Like and subscribe, you guys, to be added to the list. Let me know that you liked and subscribed. Yeah. Look him up. Look him up. He was a weird dude. Interesting dude. He was in butter commercials at one point. Yeah, cover model for books, 80-ish. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think those two words go together, sexy and politician. I'm not sure those two words go together, but if they do, you'll find it. He was on Roseanne. Was he? Never heard of him. Yeah. Love puppies. I'm sure your mom's okay and protected. Okay, I understand you're scared a little bit, but I need you to kind of bring it down a little bit, okay, my friend? Bring it down. I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure they're fine. Okay. So let's move on here. Let me see what else we have here. Okay, so we had Blossom. Okay. All right, so love puppies. Let's see. Is it the one where Roseanne's having a dream or something? Like there's a fantasy thing? We'll look and see if your parents are okay, love puppies. I'm sure they're fine. But I'll get the cards out and we'll look. Because your question is up now, so we'll do that as your question. All right. With Dan. Okay. I was watching Roseanne when I was like a young dude. Oh, Dan became fabulous. Okay, that makes sense. All right. And when I was a young dude, I could watch Roseanne. I can't watch it anymore. Her voice is whatever the opposite of soothing is. I think I found it. It's the Gilbert Godfrey of female voices, in my opinion. I just can't. Her voice is so shrill. Anyway, enough about me. Is Love Puppy's mom and dad protected? Let's see here. All right. TV Land, Golden Girls, Say No More, Give Me a Cheesecake, Picture It, Sicily, 1920. Say no more. I understand. Okay, so we have Door to Spirit here. Love puppies. I feel they're fine. I feel they're just fine. I feel we need to relax about it though a little bit. Maybe we're holding on to something here. I feel they're okay. I do feel that everything's going to be okay, but we need to, maybe focus on something else. Let ourselves relax a little bit if we can. Okay, so Easy417, are you still there? Are you looming in the shadows, observing, or do you have a question this time? Yeah, growing up I didn't care for it. Okay, yeah, I've read that one before. Yes, Door to Good Spirit. Yes. No, Gabe, you're coming up. It's okay, love puppies. I want you to know that it's not as dire as you think it is. I deal with spirits all the time. And it's not like in the movies. It's not this thing where you get possessed and things happen. It's not. It's really not. It's so benign and mundane that it really isn't even worth mentioning. I'll tell you right now, dealing with spirits, working with spirits, there are times where it is so boring. And mundane, and that's normal. That's how it should be. It shouldn't, you don't have a ray of light shoot out of your ass, and yeah. Okay, so let me do this here. Can you clarify it's good spirit? Okay, so let's do this here. Easy417. I'm thinking about buying some more land next year, and I'd like to start farming on the land I have, but I've never done it before. I don't have any idea what crops to grow. Any input from the cards? Well, here's something, my friend. Wherever you're at, easy. I'm just going to say this. Google it, right? Because I don't know if I'm going to be able to get a specific thing from the cards. I'll see what I can get, but I'm going to say Google it and the land that you're on. Gabe, I know you're supposed to have a ray of light shoot out of your ass. For me, it doesn't happen that way. It comes out of my left ear, sometimes out of one cheek. You guys get to guess if it's the face kind or the lower kind. You too, Piscean. All right. Let's do this here. Let's see what we got going on. It's not rainbow. It's not rainbow. It's a very weird color. It's a color that immediately when you look at it, it makes you sad. It makes you sad. Okay. The ray of light doesn't shoot out of your ass until after the last rose petal falls. You know what? 100% true. You're in Alabama, the country. We've entered a different realm. I would say, Easy417, if it's something you want to do, I'm serious when I say this, Google it. We live in the golden age of the internet. You can literally Google anything, even yourself. But I'd recommend doing that when you're alone, for reasons. But yeah, you can learn anything. You can learn anything from the internet that you want to learn. Dueling Banjo Country, it's pretty rural. It sounds like it. My stomach's been trying to tell me something for a while. It just kind of gurgles and moans, though I can't quite hear it. Yes, Banjo and Kazooie, Nintendo 64. Yes, okay. There's Banjo and Kazooie, Banjo Tooie, and then Banjo Nuts and Bolts, which was supposed to be the third entry, and I was disappointed until I played it, and then I kind of loved it. I would say just look at that, Easy, just because I don't feel like the cards are going to be able to give you as much information, right? And that's what I'm doing here is the card reading. Just let yourself look at what's going on, look at videos, and then see how to actually do it. And then the most important thing is get your damn hands dirty and try it. Once you start doing it and you start understanding it, it's going to be a lot easier than probably what you're making it out to be now, where it is going to be work, but it eventually becomes second nature. I'm going to move on here to, because we're starting to get a list here. Okay. Gabe, you're there. I think I just saw you a second ago. Yeah, Banjo-Kazooie, awesome game. I was actually playing that on Xbox Game Pass not too long ago. I'm trying to 100% the first game. Hold on one second, guys. Okay. Exactly. Yes, it does depend on the kind of soil. You're good, Easy. You're good. Just look at what grows in your neck of the woods. Literally type in what grows in Alabama, and if I think your main export in Alabama is cousins, if I'm not mistaken, but other crops can grow there too. So Gabe is wondering if any new love is coming in the New Year's. Okay, Taurus male. I'm learning a little bit more about you every day, Gabe, a little bit more. Is any love coming towards Gabe in the new year? We're going to see what we got here. All right. 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5. All right, let's do this. See, that's what they would say in Alabama, Gabe. That is exactly what they would say in Alabama. All right, so door to personal. Okay, so here's what I get here. We get this one, Gabe. We get door to personal healing and happiness. This one's in reverse, meaning I feel like there will be love interest. It might be disguised as something else, though. This is a good card regardless. Right? This is a good card. So what I would see here, door to personal healing and happiness in reverse, it's going to be, you're going to have a love interest, but it could be coming at you from a different angle. So it could be something that we're not necessarily seeing as a love interest, right? So I would say keep your wits about you, because I feel like it's going to be not what we would expect. Let me put it that way. It will be not what we expect. Yes. You guys remember that old dude that wore the question? No, it was that dancing old man for the Six Flags commercials. Every now and again, I think that's how I want to be when I get old. Maybe you guys don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway. Nothing wrong with different angles. Yes. And that's a good way to embrace this, because that's what it's going to be, is a different angle. So I would say, yes. I feel like give it some time and really look at your options, because it does feel like it when I see door to personal healing and happiness in reverse with that question, I'm almost feeling like you could meet the person during a very annoying time in your life, or during something where it's like maybe you get the wrong impression of what this person is about, right? That was a young guy in a costume. That just ruins the illusion for me. It does make sense, though. He was very spry for an old man. Is that the word, spry? I think that's the word. Okay. So we have... All right, Yoget, you're up here, so let me see. Maria says she dreads the New Year's with the can you smell what the rock is cooking face? You know that one? I hear you. I hear you. New Year's can be, people say New Year, new me. I'm saying New Year, just deal with it. Whatever the hell I am, just deal with it. Bring on new. 2021, goodbye. I hear you, Abby. I do. I hear you. Okay, so how does Taurus V think and feel about you? Let's look at that. Elisa's right. Time is an illusion. But actually, yeah, the Gregorian calendar is fake anyway. You know what? You know what's interesting? I read something from Bullshit Magazine, and something about there's going to be 25 hours in a day in like 3 billion years, something like that. I'm pulling some of the numbers out of my ass, but I swear it said something about 25 hours in a day, and I'm thinking that's going to be interesting. We won't have a midnight anymore. We'll have like it's 13 o'clock. It just sounds weird. But it's going to be a minute. It's going to be a minute before that happens. All right, let's do this here. You'll get V, and they are wondering, how does Taurus V think and feel about you? Let's see what they think about you. Just because we're doing one question here. So what do they think about you? There we go. Okay, Cambanese L, they're on the game. I was off by many millions of years, so thank you. $1 million in the bank would be a kick-ass New Year, but if that $1 million was stolen, and then you had to pay taxes on that, but you couldn't use the $1 million originally, that would be bad. So here's what I get. We get all tied up in reverse. So your question was, how do they think? Okay, so this is what do they think about you? I'm feeling like there could be a tendency here where we could be hard on ourselves. Hey, Manju, how you doing? It's been a long time. I think it's been quite a while. But this right here is, I feel like they think about you in somewhat high regard, but I feel like there can be self-doubt on your part. There can be something here where maybe we're not seeing it for what it is, or maybe we're hard on ourselves. I see it as a good card, though. And I would also say this. Ask them what they think and feel about you and see what happens. If they get mad, they're not the one for you. Like, you should be able to ask people what the hell's going on. But that's what I'm seeing there. So, all right. So let me go back up here and let me see, or wait. Okay, Glitch, are you there? Yes, it does. Good food does that to you. 200 seconds. We're paying the price for the goodness. You're welcome, Yoga. You're very welcome. A safe that's unbreakable with guard dogs. I hear you. I do. Are there spirits trying to communicate with you? Yes. 100% yes. No doubt about it. Even just recently, I don't know if you guys saw it, in the corner of my eye over here, I turned around to look. I thought someone was standing there. I turned around to look. There was nobody there. It felt like there was a male spirit that was kind of standing right in the doorway area. And so, and it's not just me. It's not just me. Anyone that starts developing their psychic or their spiritual abilities, they're going to start seeing stuff. And it's not scary. It's weird. It can be weird sometimes, but it's not scary. I had an experience. This was interesting. This was an interesting experience. I was sleeping. I feel like I have trance mediumship tendencies, and I'm a chance medium, so trance mediumship comes naturally for me. I'm being a smartass, you guys. I promise. I think. But so trance mediumship is where you kind of go into a state of letting go. Spirit comes in and they can sort of impress you with information. it's not in a way where they take control. That's not what it is at all. What happens is that your consciousness goes off to the wayside. Spirit comes in and they communicate, and it's always a message of love in those kinds of situations. This one though was interesting. So I was sleeping and I woke up, and when I woke up, I like kind of shot up fast. If you guys know me and you know me well enough, you know when I sleep. I'm just kidding. How the hell would you know that? It's difficult for me to sleep sometimes, and this situation was very weird. I tend to like kind of I don't want to say I jerk in my sleep, and I don't want to say I twerk in my sleep, because those are two very different things. I probably do the second one though. But I kind of like have this thing where when I'm almost falling asleep, I kind of like will jerk myself awake sometimes. In this situation though, I woke up super fast. Like I jerked myself awake. I woke up super fast, and as soon as I sat up, it was completely dark in my room, and I was a 17-year-old girl at that point in time. Not even kidding. And I did not know where I was. I did not know anything that was going on. But for about 10 seconds, I was a 17-year-old girl, and I feel like it was a spirit trying to communicate to me that had passed on. And just right when I was sleeping, the spirit tried to impress itself upon me, and I woke up. And that was a very interesting experience. Super, super interesting. Yeah. I can't see them, but I have spiritual smell and hearing capabilities. So you have clairaudience and clairaudience. Spirit can feel like you're being watched. What we can do in that situation is that transmedium and assist large. I'll take it. That sounds good to me. Assist large. Anyway, give me a second here and let me. If we're feeling like we're being watched and we don't like that feeling, we simply ask for privacy. That's all. If we ask for privacy, we will get privacy. Spirit respects our wishes, but if you don't set boundaries, like let's say you're a pushover with people in real life, you're a very timid person, odds are you're going to be that same way with spirits. And spirits will keep doing whatever it is they want to do until we set boundaries, in a way. They're kind, they're benevolent, they can be lovely, but they can also be kind of pushy sometimes. Maybe they want to connect with us when we're sleeping, like my thing, for instance. But since that happened, I set a boundary, and it hasn't happened since. Because I said, you know what? That's weird. Thank you, but no. So sometimes I hear like cracks or subtle sounds in the wall or something. Is that possible? Those are spirits? There's quite a list, Manju, for the free readings here we're working on. The random cracks and sounds can definitely be that too. They can be that too. But as long as we set boundaries and we say what we will and won't tolerate, it's kind of like when we do that, we're setting a line. They want to watch you sleep jerk. Yes. Apparently that's the case. Okay, then you would jump to the front of the line, Manju. So I have a question. All right, were we on Elisa, I think? Yes, or wait. Yes, we were. Okay. Yes, sleep twerk. I'm getting back to twerk. And it's, I didn't get any paid vacation. How do you know if it's spirits talking to you or if you're hearing things? That's a good question. I can tell you how you would know if you were getting psychic impressions versus your mind, like making it up. Hearing things, though, that can be very different. Like if you're, because sometimes there can be mental stuff going on with a person, and spirit is never going to speak to you in a way that's like hurtful or for you to harm yourself or others. Spirit's not going to do that. They're not going to be like hurt somebody, kill somebody, hurt yourself. They're not going to be that way. Spirit talks to you in a way that's loving and kind. So if you're getting messages or you feel like you're getting messages that are not that, then you're probably, set a boundary, say, I don't appreciate this, and wish whatever it is well, and you can just move on from there. But Okay. So you heard tapping on your TV or furniture at times, and the Fox sisters, right? The Fox sisters back in the early or the late 1800s, I think, they started their psychic journey with tapping. Yes, they if they're helpful, that's good. That's good. That's spirit. That's something trying to work with you. But a lot of times, things from the psyche, things from the psyche can come in and they can kind of cloud our judgment. But spirit usually speaks to us in very positive ways. And I've yet to have a situation where I've had a negative contact with. I've had interesting contacts, but I haven't had something that was outright negative, if that makes sense. Um, I have had interesting though. And if you hear tapping, that can definitely be spirit too. But again, if it's something you don't feel comfortable with, you can ask it to stop. It's all about setting boundaries, for sure. Okay, so I'm going to go to Elisa's question here. No, you shouldn't be in danger with spirits at all. Like I said, when I do my mediumship, when I do my sitting in the power exercises, I open myself up to blend with spirit. And if we're working with our guides, which we are, and we're blending with spirit, we're safe. We are safe in what we do. Like I said, treat things with respect. Be kind to yourself, to the spirits, and go into this with a way of like you're playing with it, but in a respectful way. Kind of like a kid that's playing basketball on a temple road kind of a thing. Like you respect the temple, you respect what's going on, but you're still going to allow yourself to play with it because that's what we're going for. So Cambanese, is there a specific polite and firm phrase to ask these spirits to stop? Say stop. I don't appreciate that. We get too damn timid. We get way too timid. If someone was doing something, say stop, I don't appreciate that, or could you maybe do this instead? Could you speak to me in this way? It's okay to say something. It's okay to say stop, I don't appreciate that. Because the egos that we have, if someone were to say that to us, it may hurt us for a second, but eventually we'll be like, yeah, okay, makes sense. So just say stop. It is the best way I can say it. Say, I don't appreciate it. Maybe say why you don't appreciate it if you feel like you need to explain yourself, but just say, I don't like communicating that way, or I don't like the way you're making me feel. But let them know what's going on. Because when we're working with spirits, right? When we're working with spirits, a lot of times they're working with us for the first time, like we're working with them for the first time, and they can be way over eager to work with us. They get super, super excited, and they'll try to impress themselves upon us, and we can get very overwhelmed because they're super excited to work with us, right? And there's the contract angle as well, as Ralph is pointing out. There is a contract angle, but that's not necessarily something I deal in per se. At least I haven't had any reason to, but there's a lot of ways you can be with spirits and you can communicate with spirits. Tons of ways. Okay, I was going to address Eliza's question here, or Lisa's question here. Okay, any advice from the ancestors for Elisa? Let's look at that. Let's do this. I got my supernatural deck right here. And as I've shown you guys a couple times, Supernatural is one of my favorite shows. We got Sam and Dean on the front of the deck here. It's pretty cool. Okay, let's see what we got here for Elisa. You can also ask it to stop. If you're not able to understand what they're saying, you can ask it to stop. Yes, Winchester rules, absolutely. The Winchester boys, they're coming to get you, and they're pretty relentless. 15 seasons, if I'm not mistaken, 15 seasons. Okay, here's what I get for you, Elisa. Don't know why I went over there. I get Gadriel, the Five of Cups. Okay, this card here, I feel like is saying that we need to focus on the emotional impact that we have on ourselves. I feel like our ancestors are trying to say something along the lines of like, you have everything you need to succeed. Things are going well, but maybe we're not progressing as fast as we think we would want to, right? And your ancestors are saying that you're doing just fine the way things are, but be gentle with yourself, be careful with yourself. Treat yourself, I've said this before, treat yourself like you're responsible for someone that you're taking care of. Treat yourself like a 5-year-old that you're taking care of. How would you treat that 5-year-old? You'd be very gentle, you'd be very kind with them. But our inner voice isn't that way. Our inner voice doesn't speak to ourselves that way, but you need to start speaking to yourself that way. You have everything you need. Okay, and I am feeling spirit as I'm saying this message. You have everything you need. You just need to focus on the present moment, be gentle with yourself, and know that you're good enough always. You're always good enough. You're always in the right place at the right time. Okay? I just want you to know that. So, there you go. Hopefully that resonates. Let's move on to, let me see here. Awesome, Elisa. I'm glad it's helpful. Trying to see here. Oh, thank you, Manju. Okay. You're very welcome, Elisa. One second, guys. What was your question, Manju? Okay, so here's something interesting, right? Aura color. Message from your higher self to you. Okay, we'll see what we can do here, guys. Like and subscribe. If for some reason I'm not able to get to your question tonight, okay? Google's full of bullshit. Use DuckDuckGo because they don't prioritize their own search engine agenda. Okay, DuckDuckGo is really good, and there's not a lot of tracking. So DuckDuckGo is good. I say Google for most things, but there's other search engines as well. Obviously, Google has an interest. It has its own self-interest to prioritize, and a lot of times Google curates itself to advertisers. So if you're wanting specific information, go to something else. Go to something else. DuckDuckGo is good. Whatever the hell. DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGoose is pretty good too, but we're talking about DuckDuckGo, and don't be a silly goose, okay? Don't be that. All right. So Manju says, I'm going to do Manju's question now since she paid. So Firefox isn't bad. Firefox isn't bad. But again, right, if we're talking about the browser, as long as you do Firefox but you use a different search engine, that's what I'm talking about. If you do Google Chrome and then you use Google, you can understand the results are going to be more curated. DuckDuckGo is one that I go to if I'm looking for specific information. Okay. It can be. Ear ringing can be a sign from supposedly like angels and stuff. Ear ringing is like your ear ringing is spirit trying to attune you to a higher vibration, is usually what they say. Okay, so I'm going to read Manju's question here. So Manju says, what or who is coming in your love life? Will it be worth considering guidance for you? Okay, let's look at that. What's coming in Manju's love life? Let's see what we can come up with here. What is coming into Manju's love life? What is coming into Manju's love life? It can be. Ear ringing can also be tinnitus. It's not always spiritual. Give me just a second, Manju, and we'll get your stuff going here. So what's coming towards Manju? There we go. Okay. Okay. So who or what's coming towards you in your love life? I get the thinking. Let me move this down here. I'm just going to post this down in my chat. I'm not going to send it. It just makes it so I can look at your question as we're doing this. Okay. All right, so Manju, here's what I get here. We get the thinking woman in reverse, right there. Thinking woman in reverse, and then we have Ace of Goblets in reverse here. So I'm feeling like maybe there could be a lot of anxiety about what's coming towards us. It does feel like there's opportunities. There's things that will be coming towards us, but nothing's going on here that we don't have to do. Something with this is telling me that we're feeling like we have to maybe do something. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where that feeling is coming from, but anxiety in reverse and the Two of Bones right here. Okay. Anxiety in reverse, I feel like this is you coming to terms with certain things, so maybe you are ready to move into something else. I heard the term emotionally constipated, so maybe we're moving past a phase where maybe we feel like we're being too serious, or we feel like we're stopping the flow of something, right? Hence the constipation thing. But I'm feeling here that things are going to be getting a lot better, especially in the love life arena. But it does feel like, I don't know why I'm getting a sense of obligation when we're focusing on this new love. I'm wondering if there's anyone from your past that could come to you and maybe make you feel obligated to love them, or make you feel, I don't know if that's the case, but something with this is making me feel like there's an obligation to someone. So maybe someone from your past could be coming in here. And I say that, look at this. Look at this. This is interesting. We have Page of Bones right here. This is, I'm pretty sure this is Claire, again from Supernatural. Okay. And then we have, and I'll explain this. And then we have Hostilities. Okay. Both of these cards, they're both holding swords. It almost looks like the same sword. Almost. And they both have kind of a look on their face like something is going on here. So I'm wondering if someone from your past, Manju, is going to be coming back, and maybe someone that we necessarily don't want. So I would say right now, the reading that's coming up here, don't consider this connection. I would feel like this is going to be in the next, something's telling me 6 months, 3 months, 6 months, around that time. And how I would read this is going to be, I feel like someone could try to come back into your life. and try to make you feel obligated because there could have been a history or there could have been something that happened in the past and they're wanting to reignite something, but you don't have to. You don't have to do any of this stuff. So if someone's trying to force you or someone's trying to do something in that way, know that you have choices and you have options. You can just say, no, I'm good, and have that be the end. I'm feeling like that could be a possibility. And this would be something I wouldn't consider because I don't feel like I don't feel like this person has evolved or changed. I just feel like they've learned new ways to manipulate, if that makes sense. Hey there, Pumpkin Soul, how you doing? So that's what I'm seeing here. That's kind of the energy I'm seeing here. Be on the lookout for this. I feel like there can be something new that comes in. I feel like there could be something new that comes in maybe a year to a year and a half from now is where I'm feeling a new energy could come in. It's not feeling like it's going to happen this year. Hopefully I'm wrong. There's areas where I'm hoping I'm wrong because I obviously want you to find something that you would appreciate, but it feels like it's a ways off for that in the love arena, if that makes sense. Hey Zara Holmes, how you doing? Hello, is there a list? I'm thinking, guys, yes, I'm thinking I'm going to be doing the free readings that are there now. There are many who have tried to come in, but I shunned them, 2 of them. It's very disappointing. Okay, you may have 1 or 2 more other ones that you need to shun, so to speak. Keep your standards high. I understand it's disappointing. I understand it can be frustrating, but please keep your standards high because this is something that can affect you in a pretty big way. Obviously, you know that. But just please keep your standards high. FP, there is a moderator that keeps the list, but I'm thinking I'm closing it down for the night. Thank you for coming in, though. So what's happening when I say I'm closing the list down? Everyone that's on the list right now, I'll get to you, but I'm just saying more people won't be able to come in. So don't think of it like, oh, you're not going to get your reading. No, I should be able to get to everybody. So I'm wondering who I had the term Sagittarius come in, or maybe someone that has a P name. I'm not sure if that resonates with you, but something was telling me Sagittarius as a sign and the P name, something. So, again, don't know if that makes a lot of sense to you, but that was something I was vibing with. Okay. Thank you, Chantel. And awesome, okay. But does that help answer your question, Manju? Sagittarius and Moon, yes, but he is S. Okay. I had the P name come in. Thought I'd put that out there, but if it's the S, it's the S. I can understand that. Okay, Cavanese, what's your question? What are we shooting for here? Oh, it's so salty at the bottom. And it's lemonade. I don't know why it's salty. Okay. Oh, P is another guy. Okay, so makes sense. All right. Okay, what do I need to do specifically to strengthen my relationship with my spirit guides? I want to be able to communicate and understand them more, but I always fall asleep meditating and get scared when you're very welcome for your nope, that's the wrong keyboard. Okay. Get scared when I close my eyes. I feel energies like cold chills and warm heat sometimes, but not sure what they mean. Yes, I am, Elizabeth. I'm still going. And it's electrolyte water. It's supposed to be. Yes, it is. It is. But at the very bottom, I can never stir the powder in at the very bottom. So when I close my eyes, I feel energies like cold chills, warm heat. Okay, so let's talk about this, Cambanese. I love the spiritual questions. You know I'm serious when I start sitting like this. Here's how it goes. You have spirits have calling cards, and a calling card is going to be a way that you know the spirit's energetic signature. Spirit guides or spirits generally don't like to go by names because names are a human convention. Okay, names are what help humans define things, but it's very cumbersome. It's not how the spirit world works. Names have their power here and stuff like that. I will, Todd. I'll have to add some more water to dissolve it. But names are, like I said, a very human convention. So spirit will sometimes come to you and you'll feel static electricity, you'll feel pressure, you'll feel heat, you'll feel cold, you'll feel a presence, right? And that's the way that spirit wants to communicate with you. If we allow that connection to keep growing and to keep happening, eventually the sensation that the spirit's giving us kind of becomes less and less. But the reason why it becomes less and less is because we're becoming more attuned to its energy, and so it doesn't need to kind of show us what its energy is like because we're becoming more attuned to it. Yeah, so... Well, I love the stream. I just gotta go. Peace and blessings. Happy New Year's. You're very welcome, Maria. Thank you for stopping by. Or Mariah. I don't know. That name. I'm always confused. But yeah, so the naming convention is like the human mind wants to name and label everything. But what happens when we name and label something is we take away all possibility of it being anything else. And so the human naming convention actually kind of strangles the spirit world. We need to let things be loose. We need to let things flow. Within a set structure, I can explain that later, but that's kind of what I'm talking about here. So spirit will communicate to you however they can. If it feels like it's too much or it feels uncomfortable, ask them to step back. And also this can be an exercise where you say, step forward, spirit, let me feel your presence. And then when you start to feel their presence, say, okay, now step back. And let yourself play with that kind of energy, because what will happen is that eventually you'll be able to feel what your energy feels like by itself. And then you'll be able to feel like what your energy or what your spirit guide's energy feels like. And then you'll be able to feel like what your energy feels like when you two are merging together. And what that means is that you're able to get information. You're able to talk to your spirit or your spirit guides a little more directly. But right now, the energetic signature, it's there because they're trying to let your subtle body know, your spirit body know, that there is a presence, that there is something there. So that's kind of what we're looking at there. Does that make sense? Cambanese? There's nothing to be scared of. There's nothing to be scared of. I've had a ton of different sensations doing spirit work. I've had it where I'm super dizzy, like the room is spinning around me, and I was sitting perfectly still. I've had it where I've started crying. Some people have it where their eyes start leaking, right? And I say that because they're not crying, but they'll just start having tears flow down their face. Because when we're connecting with spirit, there's so many different effects that it can have on us. All of them are positive, but depending on how the spirit works with us and what they're doing, there can just be different ways that it translates into our physical bodies. Oh, okay, that sounds like a good idea. Thank you. Hopefully they won't feel offended or lose patience with me. They won't. I'm going to say this right now, okay? Spirits don't feel offended. They don't take it personal. They're not human. They don't have the ego that we have. They're not that way. They will be as patient as they need to be. They are there to watch you. They're there to help you, okay? They're not a disappointed parent. They're not sitting there waiting for you to mess up and then being like, oh, I got to clean this up. No. They are there to help you. That's it. That's their main goal. That's their purpose. They're there to help. And they're not going to rush you. They're not going to make you feel bad. They are just there to help. Okay, so let's move on here. Again, hopefully that helped. It seemed like that was something that helped. And you're welcome, Cambanese. You're very, very welcome, my friend. Okay, so let's look at these other questions here. Okay, TC, when I don't know if you're on the list, but please quit posting your question. I appreciate you coming on here, but posting your question over and over again isn't going to make me answer you any faster. It actually makes me want to ignore you. Awesome, good. Okay, so let me do this here. Okay, Abby, are you there? See ya, Gabe. Have a good one, my friend. It's okay, TC. I'm just letting you know. I'm not even sure if you're on the list here. Yeah, you're not on the list, bud. So next time I can put you on the list. Okay, so all right, Abby, what's your question? Whoa. I can't run into a box. Startled me, if you couldn't tell, by my whoa expression and my rapid head turn movement. All right. What do you need to focus on for the start of 2022? Let's look at that. What does Abby need to focus on for the start of 2022? Oh no, he's okay. He did it himself. He ran into the box and then it flipped over and now he's inside of it and he's having the time of his life. Well, let's just say he's having a time. Okay, let's do this here. So what do you need to focus on for the start of 2022? We'll have to see. We'll have to focus on this. What does Abby need to focus on for the start of 2022? A timeout for Kitty, absolutely. Get in the box, stay in the box. And he will. He will stay in that box. Okay. Hey there, SC. So right here, Abby, I get woman holding a coin in reverse. So I'm wondering if maybe money's going to be tight. Maybe we need to focus on things that aren't necessarily financially based. That to me, either money's going to be tight or maybe we're dealing with some health issues. That could be something too. Just because when I see the coin in this deck, I either think it could be financial security or it could be dealing with health related issues. If neither of those things are going on though, I would say this. I would say woman holding a coin in reverse is talking about us starting the new year, maybe feeling like we don't have enough of whatever it is that we really need, but I feel like things will get better for us as the year goes on. So we're going to start the new year, maybe feeling like it's kind of like last year. Maybe feeling like we're bringing in energies and it kind of feels stale, but I feel like this next year is going to be really good. It's going to be a good year. I'm seeing a butterfly. That's kind of the energy I'm getting here. I'm seeing a butterfly that's kind of transforming. And the thing with a butterfly, when it goes into the cocoon, it takes time for its transformation to happen. So when you're in the cocoon, it can feel like there's not a lot going on, but you're actually changing pretty significantly. Things are happening for you, but you need to give it time for things to kind of come through for you. And so that's what I'm feeling here. That's what I'm seeing here. So I don't see it as a bad card. There can be obstacles starting the new year. Like I said, possibly with health, possibly with finances. But I do feel like things will get better. You just got to give it some time. Okay. Okay. Sneeze, are you there? All right, Sneeze and Bluntzilla. You're welcome, Abby. It's one card, one question, so that's usually what I do on here. So hopefully that was good enough. Will I meet him again? Let's look at that. One card, one question. Okay, perfect, Sneeze. Let's do it. Okay, and Bluntzilla's here as well. Okay, so Sneeze, ask your question, then Bluntzilla. Well, you already asked your question, Sneeze. Okay, Bluntzilla, ask your question. So I'm going to read Sneeze's question and then Bluntzilla. Yes, Campanese. We got the sneezing emoji here. I didn't even know there was one. There is an emoji for everything, guys. I'm both impressed and terrified that that's a reality that we live in. All right. Let's do this here. Sneeze is wondering, will I meet him again? Hey, Paya. Hopefully I'm saying that right. I appreciate the like and subscription. I'm actually getting ready to log off for the night after I do these 2 readings. And I would say that if you want, I'm coming on tomorrow and going to do readings. So 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Be there or be square, everyone. All right. Yes, have patience. I definitely have patience. That's what I would say, Abby. Definitely. Okay. Will you meet him again? All right, Sneeze. I get victory in reverse. So I'm going to say no, or probably not for a very long time. Maybe you could meet them again, but at this point in time, it's not looking very likely. Something to me seems like it's blocking the connection. Victory in reverse it's not necessarily a solid no, like it will never happen, but it does feel like there's some obstacles here for the person to go through or for there to be a connection. So I'm going to say right now, I'm not feeling there's a connection. Okay, all right, so Bluntzilla says, advise me in regards to social service court case for family reunification. All right, let's see what we can get for a card here and go from there. There we go, we got a Pichu sneeze, absolutely, absolutely. That would be adorable, by the way. You're very welcome, Sneeze. Very welcome, and Gesundheit as well. All right, let's do this here. So Bluntzilla says, advise me in regards to social service court case for family reunification. All right, let's do that. The one card I get here is this. So Bluntzilla, I get the deceit card right here. So this to me, I'm feeling like there could be some obstacles or some major obstacles. When I see the deceit card with this, again, I'm hoping I'm wrong. I'm hoping it's not the case, but I'm feeling like it's going to be a more difficult situation than we're thinking. Maybe there needs to be a new hearing or there needs to be more steps that are taken. So it doesn't feel like it's quite going to be over yet. I feel like there's going to be more that's kind of added on to it. Again, hopefully that's not the case, but that's what I'm seeing in the cards. So, yeah. So with that being said, guys, I think I'm going to head out and bid you all adieu, farewell, goodbye, and so long. And yeah, so everyone take care. Have a good rest of your evening or morning or that middle part of the day, you know, that people always get bored with. But yeah. All right, guys, I'll talk to you later. Everyone take care. Thank you so much for tuning in. And thank you for helping with subscribing and liking the video. I do appreciate you guys very much. Take care, okay?